Lisa, can we just do one more test?
Sure, I'm here.
Awesome. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is the Board of Appeals, Friday, December 8th, 2023 hearing being held in the West Hawaii Civic Center Council chambers in Kailua Kona, Hawaii, and also virtually using the Zoom platform. At this time, I'd like to introduce the members of the Board of Appeals, myself, Stacy Aguiar.
Richard Henderson, Vice Chair.
Scott Martin.
Kathy Lewis. Sorry.
Scott Trefevin.
Aloha Noi Saiki.
Lisa McNamara.
Thank you, board members. Also present today, Deputy Corporation Counsel Sherilyn Tavares, the board's attorney. April Supranant, the staff to the board, and Ms. Ashley DeVera, secretary to the board. So if I can just go through some housekeeping items. So this is for in-person and online protocols with all our participants. If everyone could please mute or silence your mobile devices at this time. For online participants, all cameras must be turned on during the hearing. One person should speak at a time with no side conversations. Please mute your device when you're not speaking to improve the audio quality for all participants. Raise your hand and wait for recognition before speaking to ensure we make a clean and clear record. And prior to speaking, please state your name so that all parties know who is speaking. Speak slowly, clearly, and be close to your microphone. So at this time, I wanna, before we move into the public testimony portion of the meeting, I just wanna review the format for today. We will start with the contested case hearings first, which are agenda items 2 and 3, and then we will move into old business agenda item 1, which is the comprehensive review of BOA rules of practice and procedure after completing the contested case hearings. So at this time, we will move into public testimony. And one can choose to give their testimony now on a agenda item, or you can choose to give your testimony when the agenda item is called. So right before we call the agenda item, you could also choose to do that. And I will address our list of public testifiers. Is Junko Weeks online or in the room? I don't see a confirmation. So the next public testifier, Juan Pablo Mendoza, and he is on Zoom. Would you like to testify now, or would you like to testify when the case you're testifying on is called?
Thank you. I'd like to testify when the case is called.
Okay. Mr. Charles Hilke. Same question. Would you like to testify now or when the agenda item is called?
I could testify now, ma'am, and I'm testifying on behalf of my good neighbors that are on TMK 27. It's next to my property. I've got 5 properties adjacent, and they've always been great neighbors.
Sorry, Mr. Hilke, can I just interrupt you real quick?
Sure.
So I failed to inform you. So every testifier has 3 minutes to testify, and at 2.5 minutes, Ms. Tavares will keep time and inform you as such that you have 30 seconds more for your testimony. So thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you for that. My neighbors have been great. I've never had anything but good relationships with them. I do think they probably broke a few rules, but I think they're completely willing to come up to county standards on that. I was really surprised that they have this huge fine pending against them. The whole area got devastated in 2018 with the lava flow. And so they've been very instrumental in bringing that back into a good situation. Yeah, I've seen them do nothing but improve things and try to be good neighbors. And I think they're very willing to do whatever the county needs. It'd be really nice if you could, waive the fine and let them kind of get a clean start. I think they just didn't understand the rules very well and, possibly made some mistakes. And there's also, one neighbor that's adjacent to both of us that oftentimes is extremely proactive in complaining, and frankly, he makes up things. I've been there for over 15 years, and yeah, he actually has complained about me, but he's complained about every other neighbor there is. Anyway, I think that the folks there are very willing to work with you, the county. They didn't quite understand what was going on. I believe they brought on a planning, Hawaiʻi Land Planning LLC to help them out. And I think they're planning to try to do everything correctly. So hopefully you guys can see to let them fix any problems and not have a huge fine, because that would be a huge financial burden on them. They don't have a lot of extra money. And so, yeah, it would just be good for the neighborhood if they could get a little bit of a break. And I, think that they are good for the neighborhood. I'd really hate to see them have to have the burden of this fine. Thank you very much. They're just good folks.
Thank you, Mr. Hilke. Next, we have Bernadette Sabath via Zoom.
Yes, hi.
Hold on, Ms. Sabath.
It's Sabbath. Can you?
Sorry, Ms. Sabbath.
Hi. Here we go. You want to see me? I'm here.
Yes, please.
Okay, start my video. Senior moment. Hi.
Thank you, Ms. Sabbath. If you can tell us what agenda item you're testifying on, and you will have 33 minutes.
The same as Mr. Helke.
Yes.
I'm here in support of Kumukahi, and I just want to speak from experience. I lived on the property from 2008 until the disaster, and my husband and I were part of a team that handed over the property to Kumukahi, and Harold and Carrie, the complainers on this case, were just as unsupportive to our cause, which was a spiritual community. We didn't have ecstatic dances. We did have music, which we ended at 9 every time we did have any kind of music that would affect them. There are things in the letter that I've read that are untrue, and I would just like you all to consider the source and the lack of self-awareness that is apparent in that letter when they do refer to aloha. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Sabbath. Next up on our public testifiers list is Ms. Claudia Rohr via Zoom. Is Ms.
Good
Rohr?
morning. Can you hear me? Hello?
Hi, Ms.
Hello?
Rohr.
Yes,
Ms. Rohr,
hi.
we can hear you.
Hi.
We-
I,
Ms. Rohr, we cannot see you. Can you turn your camera on for a second?
it's actually against the sunshine law to require that my camera be turned on. So I would rather not. Thank you.
Ms. Rohr, if you wish to participate in this meeting, we have already announced that our procedure is to at least be able to identify who's speaking, and we're more than happy to have you turn your camera off after.
Okay. But it's actually against the law. It says that in the sunshine law that you may not require this, but I'll do it.
Thank you. Aloha, Ms. Rohr. So you can turn your camera off if you choose and proceed with your testimony. Please tell us which agenda item you're giving public testimony on, and we will let you know at the 2.5 minute mark. Thank you.
Okay, the first one is the same one that the previous woman testified on, and I don't have the agenda number, but I believe you dismissed his case, if I'm not right. But
No.
anyway, no.
So it's agenda item number 2.
Okay, and you're doing, are you doing factual findings, conclusions of law on that one?
No, that's an agenda item that we will be hearing.
Okay, never mind. I'm not going to comment. I would just say that the parties who are being fined for having uses with not having a special permit should look into BOA 22 00025, which is inconsistent with the rulings on all these other cases. Anyway, okay, I'm ready to testify. Good morning, Chair and members of the Board of Appeals. I'm testifying about the rule amendments. HRS Section 91-3 states in pertinent part, procedures for adoption and amendment or repeal of rules, A, except as otherwise provided in this section prior to the adoption of any rule authorized by law or the amendment or repeal thereof, the adopting agency shall 2, afford all interested persons opportunity to submit data, views, or arguments orally or in writing. The agency shall consider all written and oral testimony submissions respecting the proposed rule. Fully considered is the part I would like you to remember. The agency shall fully consider all written and oral submissions respecting the proposed rule. I have submitted written testimony that you have not discussed. I would add at this time the following. Rule 1-5E1 incorrectly states the law on the matter. In order to reflect HRS Section 92-54 correctly, Rule 1-5E1 must state to consult with the board's attorney on questions and issues pertaining to the board's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities. Number 2, Rule 1-5 H4 should not be amended except for adding the number 4 and the word county. Otherwise, it actually makes no sense the way that you amended it, and it really doesn't follow the law. Thank you for your time. I have submitted what I just stated today by email to April, so you have a written copy. Also to Sherilyn and to Board of Appeals. And then my other testimony is on file, and I look forward to hearing you discuss it before you vote.
30
Thank
seconds.
you. That's it. Thank you. Now, could you please not kick me out of the room yet till I can get onto YouTube? I will turn off my.
Thank you, Ms. Rohr, for your testimony. So April, I still have on my public testifiers list, Ms. Junko Weeks. Is she present? So she's not present. So that concludes our public testimony portion of the hearing. At this time, we will move into agenda items 2 and 3, starting with old business. And actually, I will take public testimony. Let me read in the agenda item. Agenda item number 2, Elliot Fabry, PLBOA 2023-000066. Appeal of decision by the planning director dated January 23rd, 2023 regarding notice of violation and order, PLPCV 2022-00235 relating to unpermitted events, retreat center / activity, church practice and renting cabins. Location, Noni Farms Road, Puna, Hawaii, TMK 3-1-4-020-007. At this time, we will start with the public testimony from Mr. Pablo Mendoza, also via Zoom.
Thank you very much. It seems like the host has stopped my video.
Mr. Mendoza, could you turn your camera on for us?
Yes, I'm saying the host started my video. There we go. Okay, I am now we're good.
And you have 3 minutes, and at 2 minutes and 30 seconds, Ms. Tavares will let you know that. Thank you.
That sounds good. Yeah, thank you so much for hearing our case and for letting me testify. Apologies that I cannot be there in person. Yeah, I just wanted to advocate and vouch once more for the team members here at Kumukahi Village. The incredible hard work that they've been putting, not only to make the land productive from an agricultural perspective and make sure that it has what it needs, but also the incredible efforts that they've been putting into being in good standing with the larger community and with Hawaiian tradition and Hawaiian elders. We've actually been working under the advice of 3 different Hawaiian elders. And as hopefully you've received, we've have pretty overwhelming support from our greater community. Now it is clear that we've had some challenges having working in good relations with Harold and Carrie in particular. And I just want to say that we are still very committed to finding a path forward together with them and being in good relations, even though it hasn't been the easiest so far. And then similarly, with respect to the planning department, I know that mostly because of fear and ignorance, there have been some mistakes made along the way in our relationship with the planning department so far. But I want to restate our commitment to finding a path forward together. I think there is a battle that we're fighting here today, but I really don't think that it's a battle of Kumukahi versus the planning department or Kumukahi versus our neighbors. I think it's a battle that we have to fight each day, which is, are we going to choose the path of fear? We've been trained by our society to really fear our neighbors and fear other humans and be in adversarial positions. And today I really want to offer us the opportunity to find a path forward together to overcome that societal training in the spirit of aloha. I know this is really true to Hawaiian tradition. And so, yeah, I'm here to just offer that. Hopefully the evidence will also show that so much
30
what
seconds.
has been claimed against Kumukahi is just erroneous in nature. The evidence that has been shown does not show what it claims to show, and hopefully that will happen throughout this board member meeting. But more than anything, I just want to ask you to choose to do what's right for the land and for our community. And we vow to really keep working together to find out.
Thank you, Mr. Pablo Mendoza, for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Time's up.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. April, do we have any other public testifiers prior to this case?
We have one other person who has entered Zoom, Mr. Lee Parrish. I don't know if he's a testifier and for which case. I've asked on Zoom, but I don't have a response. Mr. Parrish, are you here as a public testifier?
Yes, I am.
And for which case are you testifying?
For Fabry.
Okay.
My camera seems to be off. Can you see me?
No. We could previously.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
That's
try
fine. So, as
There
with
it
the
is.
public testimony, you'll have, there you go. You'll have 3 minutes, and at 2 minutes and 30 seconds, we will give you a notification that you have 30 seconds left.
I'm a little bit lost because I had trouble tracking down the Zoom link, and the YouTube link wasn't working from your website, so I had to call the planning department, and we worked it out. But I just now joined, so I'm not sure what's been discussed up till now.
You're currently led into our Zoom meeting to provide 3 minutes worth of public testimony for the agenda
You could
item that you
fill
mentioned.
me
And your
in.
time starts now.
Are you currently on that agenda item?
Yes, you're currently
Hello?
giving public testimony for that item, and your 3 minutes starts now. 3 minutes starts.
Can you fill me in on what's happened in regards to this agenda item so far?
Nothing's
Before I
happened,
testify.
and the public testimony is just for you to give a 3-minute statement.
There's been no other testimony so far.
There has been testimony, but we're not here to recap it. If you want to take your 3 minutes, we're ready to hear you. If not, we will move on.
Okay. Well, I'm here to testify on behalf of the appellants, Fabry Kumukahi. Basically, I am a neighbor, not an immediate neighbor. I am a neighbor of Kumukahi, where they live, and just wanted to say that I'm support and have never had any issues with their activities. And I recall there being a petition that was signed.
Mr.
that I
Parrish,
myself signed,
Mr. Parrish,
and many others
Mr. Parrish,
in support of them. So I just wanted to testify that is the case, that there appears to be just one neighbor that, hello? Yes? Yes, I'm listening. Hello?
Mr. Parrish, perhaps if you turned your
Hello?
camera
I
off,
can't hear
your reception might
anything
improve a
anymore.
little. You have 1 minute of testimony remaining, but you can go ahead and turn off your camera
Can
at
you
this
hear me?
time.
I'm trying. Okay, is that better? Hello?
Yes,
Can
please
you hear me
proceed.
better now?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, what was the last thing you heard me say? Clearly?
Mr. Parrish, you have 30 seconds.
Okay, well, I just wanted to let everyone know that there is a large group of neighbors who are in support of Kumakahi and their activities, and have had no issues with them. And there does not appear to be any safety with regards to them. So that's about it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So that concludes our public testimony for agenda item number 2. At this time, if I may call the parties to the table and get your names and appearances for this matter.
So we set it up where you folks can, one party can have one table and just because there's a lot of you to spread it out. So you folks can move over or grab another chair.
So So if I can start with the name and appearance of the appellant.
Sir Elliot Fabry.
Thank you. And for the planning department?
Good morning, Deputy Corporation Campbell. I'm sorry, Deputy Corporation Counsel Jean Campbell.
Aloha, good morning. Zendo Kern, Planning Director for Hawaii County.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Fabry, can you please introduce the other 2 parties next to you?
Yeah, this is Madeline Whitehill and Mr. Steve Peak. These are the other 2 LLC managers for Kumakahi Village.
Okay, thank you. So from a procedural standpoint, I want to address that we have received that the appellant has substantially given notification and complied with the notice of notification to neighboring properties. We do have one other procedural matter. We need to dispose of the pending motion filed by the director from our November 17th, 2023 meeting. Ms. Campbell, does the department have a position on that motion?
Thank you, Chair. Given that the parties have, that the notice has now been adequately provided, we'd like to withdraw that motion, please.
Thank you. So motion is withdrawn and we will proceed with the hearing. So if I may just address with respect to the board's decision today, Board Rule 8-15, General Standards for Appeals applies, wherein a decision appealed from the Director of the Planning Department may be reversed or modified or remanded only if that the decision is 1, in violation of the code or other applicable law, or 2, clearly erroneous in the view of the reliable, probative, and substantial evidence on the whole record, or 3, arbitrary or capricious or characterized by an abuse of discretion or clearly unwarranted exercise of discretion. At this time, we will start with any opening statements. I will allow 5 minutes for each party, starting with the appellant, Mr. Fabry.
Thank you, Chair. Dear members of the Board of Appeals, thank you for your time and energy that you have devoted to continue to work for our case. I'm here today representing the team of Kumakahi Village. There's actually 7 of us. 3 of us are here today. About 2.5 years ago, collectively, we felt a strong calling to steward the land that is now Kumakahi Village. And since then, we became the legal stewards of the land. We have poured tremendous amounts of energy, time, money into this land. We have made immense sacrifices, leaving lucrative careers and investing our life savings, because we have a strong belief that the land at Kumakahi and the fruits that it bears can contribute to the healing that this world so urgently needs. It has always been crucial to our mission to approach this endeavor with humility. Although our team has a very diverse and valuable skill set, ranging from regenerative permaculture, Mr. Steve Peak, community engagement and service, Madeline, and sustainable construction and development, myself. We know that we cannot do this alone. We know that the success of this project relies on forming healthy relationships with the larger community around us, listening deeply to the wisdom of the native Hawaiian elders and traditions, working collaboratively with the county and other local government organizations, and most importantly, listening to the needs of the land. Today, I want to invite the members of this board, the members of the planning department, and our neighbors to work together to find a path that will allow us to best serve the needs of Kumakahi, the beautiful land, and the surrounding community. Although this has always been our intention, we understand that we have made mistakes along the way. We are deeply sorry for any pain that we may have caused our neighbors or others. As we continue to learn, I want to reiterate our commitment to working with our neighbors in the county to a path forward together. More specifically, today, we have to ask this board to nullify or suspend the drastic fines that have been imposed on Kumakahi Village and overturn the planning director's imposed notice of violation. We ask this first because we strongly believe it is what the right course of action for the land and the greater community, that if we are all here to serve together. Moreover, we will demonstrate that the code of law supports our request. In particular, we would demonstrate the notice of violation rests on clearly erroneous allegations of facts, and the notice of violation was indeed arbitrary and capricious in its application. We use these terms in their legal sense and not with the intention to insult anyone. We will argue that the gathering organic static, which triggered the initial notice of violation leading to this hearing, was permissible under HRS 205-4-5. Despite our understanding that this type of gathering is permissible under the state and county codes, after receiving the notice of violation, our organization chose not to continue hosting, and rather to engage in what we hoped would be a collaborative discussion with the planning department to gain a better understanding of how they were interpreting the codes of the building applied to our organization. Unfortunately, after an in-person meeting and several letters back and forth, the planning department chose to cease these conversations, which we hoped would lead to a mutual understanding and resolution. At our initial pre-conference hearing in April, it was mutually discussed to postpone the original ZBA hearing. At this time, we specifically asked the planning department if they would use this extension period, which we believe to be a good faith negotiation, as a means to assess daily fines. At this time, we were specifically told that the planning department had no intention nor history of using negotiation periods to assess daily fines. We're distraught to learn only a few weeks later, or only a few weeks before the planned ZBA hearing, that the county chose to assess the maximum daily fines, amassing fines of over $50,000. Respectfully, in our view, this is an abuse of discretion. To this day, we've still not been provided specific calculations as to how the planning department arrived at these maximum fine determinations. As we demonstrated in our appeal evidence, the process of assessing maximum fines in the first-time offender who has actively responded and engaged with the planning department is arbitrary and capricious in nature.
30 seconds.
The planning director will also argue the 4 micro cabins on the property are being used as overnight accommodations. We will demonstrate that the images of these buildings are agricultural storage. At the time of the violation, we were under the impression that based on the information that we had been given by the previous owners, that these were permissible farm workers' quarters, and therefore, let's see, I don't have enough time to finish. So I'll just end with that, and thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. And for the department?
Good morning. In part, this matter is a classic example of neighbors who probably don't get along for a variety of reasons. Fortunately or unfortunately, it's not the planning department's job to mediate neighborly disputes. It is the department's job to enforce our land use laws, and that enforcement is what is before you today. Sorry, am I not close enough? There we go. Sorry. So whether or not these property owners are popular with their neighbors or not is really not relevant to this case. In this case, the county sent a warning letter to the property owners, engaged in some communication with them regarding attempts to bring the property into compliance, and eventually issued a notice of violation. As you all know, the department's primary interest is simply to bring properties into compliance, not to fine owners or impose harsh penalties. In that spirit, the department often does work with cited owners after the NOV has been issued, when owners are sincerely working to bring their property into compliance. In most cases, this process works and you never see us. We aren't before you. In other cases, it doesn't, and here we are today. The question before you today is not whether or not those attempts to work out compliance after the NOV was issued were successful or not. The question before you today is whether the NOV issued back on January 23rd of this year was valid or not. The property at issue is a 20-acre, more or less, agriculturally zoned lot with a number of structures on it, and thus its use is governed by Hawaii Revised Statutes, Section 205, 4.5 and 205.2, which together define the permitted uses of agricultural land. This list includes typical ag property or typical ag activities like the cultivation of crops, raising livestock, aquaculture, and the existence of farm dwellings, which are basically structures that are allowed for residential use for the farmers who are living and working on the property. The list also includes some bona fide ag services and support activities like additional farm employee housing, storage and processing facilities, and even some energy production. Some limited recreational uses are okay too. Anything that's not on the list is prohibited. That's state law. The law also provides for a permitting process to allow owners to do things that aren't actually on the list, and that requires applying for and obtaining a special permit. Over the years, the county has issued special permits for activities such as churches, mediation retreats, event centers, and a variety of other uses, including in the vicinity of this property. But it's important to recognize that none of those otherwise unpermitted activities can continue to take place or should take place at all until that special permit is actually issued. The case before you today involves a property which has been conducting these activities, which are not on the permitted list of uses for agricultural property, despite repeated encouragement by the director to apply for a special permit. The owners have not only not obtained, but haven't even yet applied for a special permit. Today's hearing will demonstrate to you that the NOV was validly issued based in large part on the best available evidence, the owner's own website. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, let's move into proceed with the party's witnesses, and starting with the appellant. I'll Although you did not submit a witness list, do you have any witnesses that you would like to question?
Apologies if we didn't understand the process, but we received a witness list and we have 2 of those witnesses here today, so we just assumed that was. So yes, we have Madeline Whitehill and Steve Peak that are here to speak as witnesses.
Yes, and to clarify, we're allowed to have Mr. February question those 2 witnesses because they do exist on the department's witness list as well. Should I have them move to the witness table? So if your first witness, Mr. February, can move to the witness table with a microphone and you can question them. So if I can have the witness, please state your name.
Madeline Whitehill.
Madeline, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. February, you may proceed.
Hi, Madeline.
You can.
I can stay over here.
Yeah.
Okay, it feels weird, but I can do it. Madeline, I know. That does feel better. All right, cool. Thanks. Well, we're still learning the process, so we were under the impression that each witness would be given a statement, and that would be the first part. So I'm wondering, before we ask questions, if the witness would be able to give a statement.
It's not testimony, so they need to ask a direct question from you, or they need to answer a direct question from you. So you must ask a direct question. And contrary, the department also gets to cross-examine your witness. So please proceed with your questioning.
Madeline, as the fellow LLC manager, can you tell us about your experience in this case?
Yeah. So this has been an incredible learning experience. We thought that we were doing all the right things. We thought that we had a fully inspected property. We thought that we were protected under the use of a church, under the use of a private membership association. We thought that selling starfruit at our dance meant that we were doing a activity that was agricultural in nature. Everyone on our land contributes to making sure that the farm runs. Does that define us as farm workers? I frankly have no idea. This part of what we've been doing is just, I don't know. This is new territory. And so this has been an incredible learning experience for us in so many ways. And especially in terms of dealing with the legality of things, because we had thought that we were approaching this from a place where we were covered, and thought that the notice of violation was just simply false. So we didn't give it the seriousness that, as it turns out, it very clearly deserved, because we thought that we had crossed our T's and dotted our I's. And here we are today.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Sure. As the board also has the ability to ask questions, I just want to make that clear of any witness. But so I do have a question for Ms. Whitehill. Ms. Whitehill, so did you folks have a permit to run a church which is a special use on ag land.
No, and we didn't have any idea that we needed one either.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Fabry?
I just wanted to ask Madeline about your work with the community specifically, and trying to understand the origins of the land that we steward, and our purpose as a group.
Okay. Yeah, so when we originally made the group purchase of the land, we were close with the Kumu, whom we asked to give us our name, and the name he gave us, Kumakahi Village, it ironically also means first teacher. And it's not quite fitting because it's not exactly in the geographical, like specific location where Kumakahi Point is. And so it's like not quite hitting the mark. And so this is kind of like a incredible allegory that we have going on here. But anyways, we have been receiving advice from the one Kumu, and then also speaking with friendly with another Kumu, and regularly invite our neighbors and Kumu also over for dinner. We built an ahu together, a lele. We cleared out a cavern, which we understand from our limited knowledge. So I'm just repeating what I learned, that the cavern is particularly sacred. And we've organized a few neighborhood trash pickups. Yeah, we've tried our best to be good neighbors. I understand that there are people who don't like us, but we've tried our best.
Maddie, you said that there was a church. I'm just curious that you think that there was a church, because I was also at the same property, and there were no religious gatherings. There was no activities that would present themselves as a church, or no definition been provided. So I see that the board picked up on your sharing that, and I'm just curious why you would say that there was a church at Kumakahi Village.
Yeah, so we were working with a church. The church was running the organic ecstatic.
Thanks for the clarification.
Yeah.
Thank you. Would the department like to cross-examine the witness?
No questions for Ms. Whitehall. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Whitehall.
Thank you.
Oh, does the board have any questions for this witness? All right, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Psyche has a question.
Hi, good morning, Ms. Whitehall. When you were talking about your background and what you did in the area, I wanted to know, was there any particular person in charge of the business end of it that would take care of like the permitting, making sure all your T's are crossed and your I's dotted, that kind of person that you would go to see what you needed to do?
That's a good question. We all do a lot of things. So, I mean, I, for example, like, I'm in charge of cleaning and also like mediation, and I'm also on the land management team, and I also help with legal stuff to the best of my ability. But is there one person who is in charge of legal things? The answer to that is no. We all work together and fill in when we can.
Thank you.
Can I ask one more follow-up question to that? I'm just curious if you'd be willing to talk about our experience trying to get legal representation and, the journey that we've had with this. And
Is that okay?
I don't think that's a relevant question to the case. So no, thank you. Mr. Fabry, thank you, Ms. Whitehill. Mr. Fabry, if you want to call your next witness.
call Mr. Steve Peak.
If you could still please state your name.
Yeah, I am Steve Peak, one of the co-owners at Hawaiʻi.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Hey, Steve, can you talk about your role at Kumakahi Village?
Yep, gladly. So I do a lot of things. I'm an engineer, so I do like repairs and have been, reinvigorating and repairing a lot of aspects of the property, but primarily I'm the leader of the land management team. So I'm the one mostly doing, trying to rebuild and work on the farming operations there and grow food in a sustainable way. I have a background in permaculture and engineering.
Thanks, Steve. And can you talk about some of the products, like not products, but the things that we've done in the farm to generate income and to bring people onto the property and to try to create community cohesion?
Sure. When we got the property, it had been under quite a bit of stress from the flow, and the orchard was a bit dormant, I guess. So we have come back in to really care for the soil and reinvigorate the soil and introduce it's all organic farming, and there's no chemicals that we use on the property. That's very important to us. So we've been doing things to really care for all the trees and treat for like fire ants and pests and things like that are invasive, and doing our best to, in a sustainable way, bring health back to the soil and the orchard that was part of the property, as well as taking care of the rest of the land. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of work. I'm curious if we have, like how we get support in that process.
What was that?
I want to talk a little bit about like the amount of work that it takes to run the farm and how draining that may be, and how they're, without having farm workers quarters and other places to have people there to work, how it can feel really challenging to make that happen.
Mr. Fabry, can you ask him a direct question?
The direct question is, how would you be able to, how many people does it take to sustainably run a farm?
That's a good
like that?
question. Yeah, 22 acres is quite a few people. It's very difficult. I've had to do quite a bit of it myself. We've had people as farm workers there helping from time to time, but it's a huge amount of work. It's basically my full-time job now. Yeah, it's difficult. It's a huge pay cut for me, but I love doing it and I want to continue to do that. But yeah, it's quite a bit of work, and we definitely could use a lot more help, and finding out how to do that like legally and properly has been part of the challenge, and we do want to do that. We want to work with the county, and we really do want to find the way to care for this land and operate it legally with the proper amount of dwellings, and however we can make that work, we do want to do that. And the fines are pretty huge and have made it very difficult for us to figure out how to continue doing this project. And if without those, I think it'd be a lot easier for us to figure out how to move forward. And we do want to find a way to do that in a sustainable way with the county, with hopefully their guidance.
Thanks, Steve.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So since the notice of violation, have you folks as an organization moved to submitting your applications for special use and all of those things that you do need a permit for that you mentioned that you folks want to move to a legitimate operation?
It's a good question. Actually, we've decided to just not do that and instead focus more on agriculture anyway. Primarily, we also think it'd be basically impossible for us to get a special use permit, given the nature of our neighbors. And we're happy with that decision. The events were pushing it too much, and we've decided that it's better for us and for the neighbors, and it makes it more sustainable for us to just not do anything like that and just try to focus entirely on specific like farming of specific things.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Anyone else?
I have a question. In regards to your statement in answering her question on the notice of violation, that is a notice that you've been provided. And what I'm trying to understand is why haven't you done something to rectify or get the notice of violation solved with the county planning department? I mean, turning your back on it and walking away and saying we're not going to do that anymore is one way, but this notice is still out there and needs to be addressed. And my question is, why are you not recognizing the violation and working towards getting it removed from your property?
I thought that's what we were doing. I mean, we were trying to, we're also trying to set up time to meet with Mr. Kern as well before this and after this. We are making steps to do the best we can to come into compliance, as well as working with the Kim Chiodo in order to like figure out the best path forward for us. We're not able to pay the fines. We don't have that money. We just straight up don't have it. So that part is much more difficult. But the rest of it, we do want to do that. It's our intention to, and we were entering into negotiations with the planning department as well. I wouldn't say we ignored it. We thought we were negotiating and finding a path that was mutually beneficial.
The fines are a result of the violation. So they're kind of just out there as an incentive to get you guys to move and get this thing solved. It's not concentrating on the fines and whether you can pay them or not. It's getting to the notice of the violation and removing the violation and solving that problem. So again, my question is, why aren't we doing proactive measures as the Kumikaki village to get that resolved with the county?
Oh, I mean, that's why we have stopped doing those events. And I mean, we've ceased that activity. And we've been trying to make that clear as well. And we're willing to show that and prove that.
Thank you.
Hi, I think there may be some confusion to the special permit use that we need for you to follow through it. One is for the building code violations. That's one, right? That the building part of it. The other part, the structures. The other part is for the activity. Now, we understand that you have ceased the activities and no longer, promote it. But we still have the outstanding structural concerns that we would like you to address and not just push on the side and move on.
Of course.
I get that. So that's what we're trying to get at right now.
Yeah, I understand. So I don't want to just fall back on like I'm just a farmer, but like that hasn't really been my purview of like code and everything. But there is that. But I will say that, we want to figure out what that is. We want to come into compliance. If there's things we need to remove, we're going to remove them. we are open to working on that for sure.
And we already did that.
Yeah.
And we demonstrated that in photographs that we provided.
I have a question. Can you tell me what is left to be done to resolve the building violations? What's still on the to-do list?
That's a good question. I think we did have we met with Kim Chiodo about trying to figure some of those things out. And that's also why we wanted to meet again with Mr. Kern to figure out what we needed to resolve still. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I can add, if you look at the public records, there's like over 120 different submissions of building permits and partial permits. And, you know, the previous community had created a web of partially permitted, sortally permitted, you know, structures. So there's really no clear answer to what that looks like. But
We
it
are
seems
working
like a
on
lot.
that.
Thank you. Does the department want to cross-examine?
No questions for Mr. Peak. Thank you.
Thank you. So no further questions? Then? I'm sorry, Lisa. Do you have any questions?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So that concludes the witnesses on the appellant side. Does the department want to proceed with their witnesses?
Yes, we'd like to call Mr. Fabry, please.
Thank you. Can you please state your name?
Mr. Elliot Fabry.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Fabry, can you tell us how many people live on the property?
I'm not at liberty to discuss, nor do I know the answer to that question.
Okay, can you tell us what structures that they live in?
We have approved detached bedroom units.
Sufficient to, and that's where everybody lives?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have additional farm dwellings on any of the structures on the property?
I'm not sure if there's a additional farm dwelling. I don't know what that actually is. I've tried to get a definition of that, and I even asked the planning consultant that came through, and there wasn't clarity
Okay.
as to whether those detached bedrooms are farm dwellings or not farm dwellings, or, you know, I would love to know.
Okay, so you're not aware of the farm workers quarters agreement that's recorded on title to your property?
I remember seeing it when we were closing on the property, but I was very unclear as to exactly what that was.
Okay, well, looking at it, it's titled Additional Farm Dwelling Agreement. And it clearly lists the ongoing agricultural activities for the property, including an approximate number of hours per week that it requires to operate the farm. And it also has a secondary list of proposed agricultural activities with a second identification of a number of hours per week that are required. And I won't read the whole thing, it's very detailed, but it begins: maintain approximately 600 banana trees, 12 avocado trees, 24 cacao trees, breadfruit trees, mango trees, guava trees, coconut trees, lychee trees, macnut trees, rambutan trees, and longan trees. And that's item 1 out of 7 on the first list. So I would posit that it is actually very specific, but we can move on from that. What agricultural activities are your residents actually engaged in today?
We have all those fruit trees that you just mentioned and more. We harvest breadfruit, we make food. We have a variety of gardens, dozens and dozens of gardens. We grow taro, we grow bananas, we grow vegetables, we grow all kinds of things. We grow lotus in the pond, we grow hyacinth, ornamental plants, medicines.
Okay, that's wonderful. Roughly how many hours per week are your residents putting in to complete this work?
I mean, it's hard to calculate. I know from we have minimum 8 hours per week, you know, 1 full day. But some people like Steve, basically that's all that they do all the time. For me, some weeks it's like that. Same with Madeline. We also wear a lot of other hats. I don't have a timer that I count the number of hours, but it's never enough. And we always want to be able to put in more.
Okay, thank you. Do you sell any of your agricultural products?
We do.
Okay, where do you sell them and how much?
The Ulu Co-op purchases our breadfruit and our pumpkins, and they're by the pound.
Okay, that's great. Just roughly, and I don't need, your income exactly, but if you could give me a rough percentage perhaps of how much of your residents' income is actually derived from the sale of your agricultural products, a percentage, 100%,
Our residents'
75.
income?
So everybody who lives on the property, taking as a pool,
We don't
how
have
much of
any-
their income is derived from the agricultural activity that you're doing on the property?
I don't see how that question is relevant.
The state land use law requires that agricultural land be used for farming, and farmers are allowed to live on that land.
Yeah,
And
well,
one of
maybe
the,
we're just bad farmers because we're not able to make enough money. I'm not sure what you're trying to say.
Mr. Fabry, you need to answer her question.
I don't have an ability to answer her question. I wish I had more income. We're like drowning financially, trying to keep up, with like thousands of hours of maintenance work on
So,
a large orchard.
I don't think that was the department's question. Ms. Campbell, maybe you could repeat the question.
right, what my question was, what percentage of your income is derived from your agricultural activities?
Our organization's income?
Everybody who lives there.
I don't know the answer to that question.
We can move on. So can you describe the agricultural activity that takes place or that used to take place at the New Earth Food Network events that took place on the property as recently as January of this year?
Yeah, we had little stands that were set up, and we were selling produce, and we were selling other like simple goods that were made of local Hawaiian grown produce. There was, some of our neighbors came, and that's what we did.
Okay. Can you tell me, of everything that was sold on the property, how much of that that agricultural product was stuff that was grown on your property?
Almost all of it.
Okay. So your neighbors coming, they were visitors, not coming to sell.
Our neighbors were visiting to, support us as a community.
Great. Can you describe then the agricultural activity, again, that took place at the Organic Ecstatic Musical Healing Journey with African Drumming that took place on the same dates in January of this year?
Well, we had we were selling drinks that were made from the land. And we were calling in abundance, honoring the lunar cycle. And yeah, we were bringing together food and sharing in that abundance of food. And we were also dancing and praying.
Okay. Did you send an email to the department on November 3rd of last year stating that no further unpermitted events were going to take place at the property?
I believe you if you said that I sent that email.
It's in the record on appeal. So then can you explain to us how it was that the New Earth Food Network and Organic Ecstatic Musical Healing Journeys with African Drumming continued until January?
Because in the state statute, it specifically says that you're allowed to have open air farm market. And we were given legal representation that said that, that there's precedent to say that we should be able to host that. And there's nothing that says that you can't also have music when sharing food that you've grown on your own property.
Looking at, I am on, I think, page 5 of the record on appeal. Can you show us where the connection to the agricultural activity is in this Organic Ecstatic advertisement?
I'm sorry, I wasn't aware that the purpose of a flyer was to demonstrate the, our village is a farm, so that's where we're sharing.
Okay. All right. I'd like to move on to the vacation rentals. The NOV again contains a screenshot of the Kumakahi Village website, which is it? which clearly contained a tab. And again, I am on page 38, if you guys need it, of the record on appeal. The screenshot of the Kumukahi Village website, which says "Stay with us," which used to advertise short-term stays at the property. The county appreciates that this tab was removed sometime after the January 2023 NOV was issued. Is your middle initial J?
I'm sorry,
Is your middle initial J?
my middle initial is J.
Yes, thank you. Are you LJF, who became a host on Hip Camp in March of last year?
LJF.
Yes.
I don't know what that is.
So my question is, did you post stays at your property on Hip Camp?
We post stays at our property in Hip Camp. We did post stays at our property.
Okay, and can you tell me when you stopped doing that?
We stopped doing that recently.
Recently, so well after the NOV was issued.
But we didn't have any bookings, so.
All right, I think the board is aware that simply advertising is sufficient evidence. So regardless of whether your advertising was effective, that's not the question. It's you were advertising short-term stays on your property, which is in violation of the law. So that is not a permitted use under the state ag statute. Okay. I think that's sufficient. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Does the board have any questions for Mr. Fabry as a witness?
You indicated that you were selling retail food and beverage items to the general public at these stands. Did you, what, I'm under the understanding that on these fruit stands that you were selling fruit and beverages to the general public? Is that
Just tea. We were making tea.
okay? Those retail sales, did you charge GET tax?
With GET tax for the
Right,
for the
the
retail
general
sales. Well,
excise
they were
tax?
mostly exchanges. So and yeah,
Mostly, but not entirely.
I mean, I wasn't running the specific stands. I just know that we, at the end of the
Okay.
day, we didn't have any.
Can you
money
tell,
from it.
can you tell me if the LLC has filed all its GET, appropriate GET and income taxes?
Yeah, I can tell you that we have an accountant and they've filed all of our taxes, this year.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the board? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Fabry.
Thank you.
Can we take a 2-minute recess? Thank you. And then we'll continue back with the department's witness. Thank you. We're in recess. 10:55 a.m. All right, we are back from break. Welcome back to the Board of Appeals hearing Friday, December 8th, 2023 in the West Hawaii Civic Center Council Chambers. And we are continuing on with agenda item 2, Elliot Fabry case. If the department would like to proceed with their next witness, if any.
Yes, thank you. We'd like to call Director Zendo Kern.
Thank you. Can you please state your name?
Aloha, good morning, Zendo Kern, Planning Director.
Aloha, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today?
Yes.
Thank you.
Director, can you tell the board just sort of generally how the use of agricultural property in Hawaii is governed by state and county law?
Yeah, sure, no problem. So Hawaii is a dual regulation. We have a regulation on the state side and we have a regulation on the county side. HRS 205-4.5 is really the governing statute that governs agriculture land, state land use agriculture land in Hawaii. We have 4 state land use classifications: urban, rural, agriculture, and conservation. In this case, this is state land use agriculture. So HRS 205-4.5 is really got that governing document that says what is permittable on ag land. From there, we have a county zoning, and then we have additional uses within those. If one of the county zoning is in conflict with HRS 205, HRS would overrule the Hawaii Revised Statute, would always overrule that. So within there, it gives the permitted uses on ag land, such as cultivation of crops, raising livestock, farm dwellings, et cetera. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. Then can you explain to us what the department's standard process is following the receipt of a complaint?
Sure, absolutely. So when we receive a complaint, we will do the investigation that we can. We will send out a warning letter or basically a letter notifying the landowner that we received a complaint of this nature. Please reach out and contact us. We'd like to follow up and do an investigation. And many times in those cases, we can resolve it at the warning letter because somebody, maybe they didn't know that they were doing something that they shouldn't have been. For example, the classic chickens in the residential area. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know I couldn't have chickens. Okay, great, we have it resolved. If nothing happens from there, our inspectors will do all the investigations that they can. Again, they'll reach out to the landowner, try to get a site visit, go online, look for prima facie evidence. And if evidence there is sufficient to grant a notice of violation, then a notice of violation or NOV will then be issued. If there is no evidence of that, then the complaint will be closed and we'll notify the person who made the complaint. We've investigated, there is no such violation, and then it's closed. Once the NOV is issued to the parties, then in those cases, they'll have the time to appeal that. And what we generally try to do is have a meeting in between there. And my philosophy as a planning director is really to try to work with people. I am just a simple guy. I believe in kindness. I'm born and raised here on the Big Island. Grew up in Puna, and I always find that working together is the best way to go. So we'll try to get folks to come in and explain to them where they are in violation and where they're not in violation. And sometimes in this case, it might take a special permit. We had one recently where they were doing a meditation center, Kerpal meditation. They were notice of violation. They came in afterwards. They submitted a special permit. We kept everything kind of at bay while they were going through the process of getting things straightened out. And once they got straightened out, we can close out the NOV and work with folks on fines. But this is generally the case when people are trying to work with you. And I usually have this thing where when I meet, I say, I'm generally pretty easy guy to work with. I'm trying to keep things simple. Please just don't BS me. That's my big ass. Please be honest with me. And that's the same thing I said when we had the meeting. So I'll take it to this one. We issued the warning letter. We had the NOV issued. Really, it seemed like there was no intention of any of that. And what I would say is basically a blatant disrespect for our laws and our rules. And when we came in and met with the appellants here, I said the same thing. We're happy to work with you. A lot of these things you're trying to do or we're doing, you're going to need a special permit for. There's a process for it. If you're going to keep it on the ag land, keep it on the ag side of it, we have no issues there. Let's work together on that. But I said, in order for us to actually verify that you have stopped these things, we need to have an inspector go out there. And our inspector had continually been denied. So we have to have an inspector go out there. Did you stop the activity or not? So we had no inspection at that time. And we asked the party to please reach out and have schedule a time with our inspector so they can come and verify. Hadn't heard anything back from them all the way until I think I don't even think we're having anything right now. So I'd still like our inspector to go out there. But the thing that got me was we had that meeting. Okay, I think we're maybe going to get somewhere. Only to find out the next day that we hear there's about 100 cars or 100 people going in there that next night or that night, which is really deteriorating that relationship of how do we work together. And so, hey, we're still open to what can we do to work together, and we still see those things going. So in these cases, following up with it is that we try to work with folks. We try to eliminate or do the evaluation to eliminate whether there's a notice of violation or not. And within that, we have various evidence that are being sent to us. And in one of these cases, we have the issue with the sheds, right? The sheds being used for sleeping. And so they sent us some photos partway through this of the sheds with storage in there. Well, I have a background of being a general contractor and have an eye for details. I'm the guy who goes in there and will notice that the tile's a little bit off or the trim's a little bit off. So we look at the shed, 4 different sheds. They're the same shed packed 4 different ways. Because if you look on the walls, you'll see the same scuffs. You'll see the same elements in each of those sheds packed 4 different ways. And so what we've reached here is a very challenging situation when we're in this type of context of working through a warning letter, an NOV, to a resolution of trying to establish a level of honesty and integrity with folks so we can actually get somewhere. That's been very challenged. And nonetheless, our job is not to go and talk about character. Our job is to look at the code and the laws. Can we get you compliant or not compliant? And that's still where we stand. But I got to say, it's really frustrating just to see this blatant disrespect for our process, for our laws, for our rules, and for an island that we love very much. And to date, we have really no resolution other than being here. If we were finding resolution, if we were talking in a matter of honesty, like we have in other places, like Hawaiian Sanctuary, they went through the same thing, special permit. Kerpaw Village, they went through the same thing, special permit. Kalani Honua went through the same thing, special permit. We're able to get there. But here we are with this type of behavior, with this type of communication while we're trying to work through something. And we're here in front of you folks. If we had compliance, if we had working towards resolution, we wouldn't be here. We'd be looking for that resolution and we'd be closing out an NOV. And that's generally how our process works.
Thank you. I'd like to circle back to the original NOV, because really, while I understand the frustration of not being able to get to resolution afterwards, really what the scope of jurisdiction of this board is not to reevaluate the fines. That's a matter that's in the director's discretion. But really the question today is whether that original NOV as issued is valid.
Yes, everything that we have looked at and researched and investigated, the existing NOV that has been issued is valid. Those violations are valid. And as it stands here today, I think the evidence is as clear as day that these activities were taking place. Actually, there's testimony that actually corroborates that. There's testimony in other ways that corroborate that. So to me, there's no question where the was the NOV issued, were the violations true and correct? Yes, they are. Does it meet any of the criteria for dismissing or denying the notice of violation? It doesn't. That being said, we're still open to working with folks to trying to get to resolution.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
I have a couple questions.
Yep, hold on. Do any of the board members have any questions? Mr. Fabry, you can cross-examine Mr. Kern.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kern. I'm just curious if you received an email from our team prior to this hearing, requesting a meeting.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm curious, like, you said, here we are having this conversation, and we reached out immediately after in hopes to have a direct conversation, which would feel much more fruitful than, being here, and we're told that we couldn't meet with you until February.
That's true. My schedule is very, very booked. It's very busy. You asked for that meeting basically the day of our last Board of Appeals hearing. And with that, and with the current schedule that I have, that was the soonest available time that we could get together. I do have my annual vacation that I go visit my daughter, which is probably affecting that a little bit, but that is as soon as we can meet, and we're happy to meet. Please be advised, though, that we did meet prior to that as well. Right?
Yes, we had a meeting, and in that meeting, we agreed that we would ask for clarity around specific activities.
Yeah.
So we could be really clear whether or not something we were doing was in fact or not in compliance with county codes, and we submitted a
Mr.
detailed list of
Fabry,
that.
you have to ask can you ask him a direct question?
Why weren't we given any specific clarity around when we reached out for events?
Sure. Thank you for the question. So you had sent the list of proposed activities that you were looking at there. And what that list was basically, in our view, in my view, was it wasn't sufficient to say this is just farming. We said it looks like there's a lot of activities and events within this list that would require a special permit. And that was my response back to you, or we need additional information on that. Because if I looked at it just on its own, it was basically a manipulation of our zoning and state HRS code to try to get it to frame into a framework of some type of something else, whether it's allowing activities of dances because somehow it's connected to agriculture. So that's why my response back was, I don't have sufficient information here to be able to make a true judgment on that. I need more information, as well as these appear to be activities that would require a special permit. So each one of those were answered. It was one paragraph, and it was pretty direct.
No, it didn't provide any of the clarity, and I'm sorry that you felt that was how it was being used. I'm curious if you know what the average cost for an organization to get a special permit is.
I think the average cost really ranges. So there's two different elements around a special permit and cost. One, there's the actual filling out an application, submitting an application. You can either hire somebody to do that, and that cost will range. Can't speak to that at the moment, or you can do it yourself. The special permit filing fee is $500 to the county. There's an application. There's a clear set of criteria and rules that need to go through this. I've seen, quote unquote, mom and pops do this, and I've seen others that have hired, all the way up to an attorney to do it, and the range in between. So that cost, I would say, isn't that great. You could probably do it for few $1,000s, maybe, depending on the studies that you need, if you're willing to actually do the work yourself. Where the cost can increase is the special permit on its own doesn't allow you to use the land and keep illegal structures, keep other elements there that aren't up to code. When you receive a special permit, that allows you to use the land specifically for that permit, but it also requires you to apply all the other laws, like building code, fire code, and things. And that's where the cost can vary. And I don't know, because we haven't been able to get out to your place in that level to understand how many structures might need permitting or how many illegal structures there actually are there. And that's where I think the price could vary. So I couldn't give you that information.
It's interesting. Do you not have a record of previously inspecting the property as recently as 2019?
I don't have that information in front of me. What I do know is we received the notice of violation. We had our meeting, and at that meeting, I said, if you want to have this stop, have our inspector come out there. And we're still looking to have our inspector come out there. So I can't base anything off of 2019 when a notice of violation was actually issued in January of 2023.
Yeah, I understand that. It's just it's concerning, considering that the previous administration had inspected.
Mr. Fabry,
Time.
Mr. Fabry,
Issues.
Mr. Fabry, if I can just direct you. Mr. Kern is on the stand. You are not to be testifying from the table. You ask him questions for him to answer, but you're doing a lot of testimony from the table, and that's improper when you're cross-examining a
Sorry.
witness. So you have to ask him a question and allow him to answer.
Gotcha. Yeah,
Thanks.
I can form
Thanks.
it. Yeah, as a question. Does the previous inspections having been conducted on the property, mean that if they're inspected again, that same result would happen?
Let me try to answer this, what I think you're saying. So let's just use it current time. If you were to call us and our inspector were to go out and then we were to do our inspection, let's just say all the violations were clear, we were able to close that out and it's done. And that happened today. And then in 6 months or 12 months from now, we receive another notice of violation. We do a basic investigation on it. My inspector would have to come back out and take a look at it based on a new violation. That's a new activity at a new time, in a new place and time. We can't go back and say, we looked at it in 2019 to the person who made the complaint and say, we looked at it in 2019, they're okay. This is based on what's happening currently. So to answer your question, yes, we would have the inspector come back out if it was a new matter. If it was the same matter, maybe not.
Yeah, I'm just,
Mr. Fabry, so if you have any further questions for Mr. Kern, it should be pertinent to what we're here to decide. And
gotcha. I have one more question. In HRS 4-5, does it allow for open air farm markets?
Hello? Are you referring to the commercial ag-based operations?
I'm just referring to the list of approved uses that has.
Cultivation of crops, game and fish production, raising livestock, farm dwellings, public institutions, public and private open areas, public and private quasi-utility lines, retention, agriculture-based commercial operations, building uses, agricultural parks, agricultural tourism conducted on a working farm with a lot of other criteria that goes along with that. Wind energy facilities, bioprocessing facilities, agriculture energy facilities, wireless communications, agricultural education programs, geothermal. So I think what you'd be referring to is underneath the commercial ag-based operations that would allow for a stand, but that needs to actually be approved by our department. Okay. And just want to say, the agriculture, we support agriculture. We like agriculture. It's great. It's when you try to manipulate the system to have other events and the rest of it that we have to really, that's where the challenge comes. And if you want to do that, get a special permit.
I have one more question. Is it possible to get a special permit if there's direct neighbor opposition?
Is it possible to get a special permit if there's direct neighbor opposition? Yes, it is possible.
And has that happened previously?
I believe that there has been special permits issued that there was opposition by the neighbors. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
thank you. I think I have a board member McNamara with a question.
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Does the department want to redirect any other questions?
No, I don't think so. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board members? No questions for witness Kern. Thank you. Does the department have any other witnesses?
Nope, those are our only witnesses. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, that concludes the evidentiary portion of the hearing. And we will now hear closing arguments. We'll start with the appellant, and you have 3 minutes for your closing argument. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so originally I had written all the different conclusions and summaries of fact that were here today. But it's clear that the process that we're going through and the nature in which this is, that the conclusion has already been made. So, you know, our team, we're doing our best. You know, we're trying to work with the community. We're trying to support the community. We're trying to be farmers. You know, we're trying to come into compliance, but the paths that we've been given to come into compliance of a special permit seem completely infeasible for a team of just the three of us with limited resources. And we know we purchased the property, which we were given information was inspected and given previous correspondence from the building department, you know, to demonstrate that those very cabins that are being brought up today were already inspected and had already been submitted as, you know, potential short-term stay rentals, and that the county came out, inspected those specific cabins, and then closed the case. But it seems that none of it really is relevant, because as time continues on, and, you know, of what, you know, previous administrations inspections that are partial and, you know, inconclusive, and you know, other organizations on, you know, our predecessors and their community and what they had created and what they were going. You saw Bernadette speaking, you know, of the singing and meditation that was just happening on the land, and the beauty that happens. And, you know, we're here trying to bring aloha. And also, you know, we live in a place in Puna. You grew up in Puna, where a large percentage of everything that happens there is not in compliance with the Hawaii codes. You know, you can go to a place like Kalapana Gardens that was destroyed by the lava, and, you know, look around at all the structures that are built there, and yet the county, you know, takes no action. There's dozens of other communities that exist in Puna that are all trying to do the same thing, none of which can afford the special permits. We've talked to Hawaiian Sanctuary, and we've talked to Kalani, the two that have, and the amount of resources, the attorneys, the cost, you know, in 7 years, the Hawaiian Sanctuary took to get their special permit process. And, you know, we're young, and we don't have that time. We don't have that energy. We don't have that
30 seconds.
you know, so we're here, we're trying our best, you know, we're trying not to be forced into a situation where, you know, there's people that are displaced, you know, that are living collaboratively and cooperatively with a piece of property at 21 acres. It just takes a tremendous amount of effort to maintain, and a tremendous amount of cost. And, you know, we're here because one neighbor, you know, was unhappy with our existence, and unfortunately the county process is
Thank you, Ms. Fabry.
complaint rather than the general community.
Thank you for your closing statement. The department.
Thank you. I'd like to just close with a simple reminder of what the board is being asked to determine today. You're not being asked to determine which group of neighbors is more credible or better, whether they like these property owners or whether they don't. You're not being asked to determine even, you know, whether the department's or the owner's level of frustration is reasonable, because obviously it's high on both sides. Whether they're in compliance today or not really isn't even material to your decision today. Your decision today, all you're being asked is, was there a valid violation occurring when the notice of violation was issued? That's all. You're not being asked to determine whether the fines are reasonable, whether the appellant can afford to pay those fines, whether they can afford to come into compliance. That's not something that you're being asked to determine today. All you're being asked to determine today is, was the NOV valid when it was issued? Thank you.
Thank you. Do any of the board members have any further statements or questions for the appellees or appellant before I hear a motion? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion from the board to either affirm or reverse, modify, or remand the decision.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion.
Vice Chair Henderson.
I make a motion to affirm the planning director's decision in PLPCV 2022-00235 dated January 23rd, 2023, finding that the director's decision to issue the notice of violation was not in violation of the code. It was not clearly erroneous, and the decision was not arbitrary or capricious, nor was it an abuse of discretion based on the fact that the applicant has continued to conduct activities on the property after the notice of violation and has made no effort to apply for a special permit. And that's the motion.
Thank you. Is there a second to Vice Chair Henderson's motion?
I'll second.
We have a second from Scott Martin. Any discussion by board members? Seeing none. April, can we take a vote?
Yes, I have a motion to affirm the planning director's decision. Mr. Henderson,
Aye.
Mr. Martin,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
Ms. McNamara,
Aye.
Mr. Trefethan,
Aye.
Mr. Psyche, Miss Psyche,
Aye.
and Chair Aguirre.
Aye.
Motion passes with 7 ayes.
Thank you. So at this time, if I could ask Ms. Campbell for the department to please prepare the order and submit the proposed findings of fact, conclusions of law to the board within 30 days. The proposed findings of fact, decision, and order shall be served upon each party to the proceeding, and each party shall have 15 days from the date of service thereof to submit any written comments or objections to the board. And at this time, thank you both parties for appearing before us and for your time today. That closes this agenda item. So we'll continue on with our contested cases and move on to new business. If I may call parties for the Bailey case. So agenda item Christine L. Bailey, PLBOA 2023-000076, appeal of decision by the planning director dated August 22nd, 2023, approval of subdivision variance PL SVAR 2023-000036, location 52-4653 Oconee Pule Highway, Waimea, Hawaii 96743, TMK 3-5-2-009-035. If I can get, starting with the appellant, I'm sorry, if I can first start with any public testifiers for this particular case. We have no further public testifiers. So if I can start with the appearances by both parties. Did you sign in? Hold on one second.
Sign in the back, please, just on that table, and then come to the witness table.
If you could please state your name, and you will have 3 minutes to give your public testimony, and at 2.5 minutes, Ms. Tavares will let you know you have 30 seconds left. Thank you.
I'm Elizabeth Cook, and I am, well, my home is near the property. I'm a neighbor to the property in question. And when I first saw the notice that they wanted to build with catchment, I thought, oh, isn't that wonderful? Someone is going to do some off-grid use of the land. And then I became aware that we do not have 60 ounces of rain a year. In fact, we've been in a droughty time this whole year. And also over the past 12 years I've been living there, we've only had, I think, 1 year that has been over 60 inches. And most of the years our rainfall has been in 30 something. So I became concerned. And then when Ms. Bailey, when I saw that she had made the complaint, I decided that I would attend and support the appeal to the decision to issue the permit. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. That concludes our public testimony for this case. Can I please get the names and appearances of the parties for this matter, starting with the appellant?
Yes, good morning. My name is Stephen Whitaker. I am attorney. I represent Steve Bailey. And here.
Mr. Whitaker. Oh, only because our recording is through the microphones. Thank you.
Sorry. Good morning. My name is Stephen Whitaker. I'm a practicing attorney. I've lived on the Big Island since I went to high school in St. Joseph High School in 1966. So I'm not a newcomer to the islands or unfamiliar with the issues that we're arguing to the Board of Appeals today. With me is the appellant, Christine Bailey, and her husband, Jim Kime. I've assisted them after Christine on her own prepared the appeal, and we submitted it together timely. I guess that's the introduction. Would you have me now proceed with my
I'm going to have the department introduce themselves. The appellee, thank you.
Good morning. I guess it's still morning. Good morning, Deputy Corporation Counsel Jean Campbell on behalf of the County Planning Department.
Aloha, good morning, Zendo Kern, Planning Director.
Thank you. So with respect to the board's decision today, Board Rule 8-15, General Standards for Appeals applies, wherein a decision appealed from the Director of the Planning Department may be reversed or modified or remanded only if the board finds that the decision is 1, in violation of the code or applicable law, or 2, clearly erroneous in the view of the reliable, probative, and substantial evidence on the whole record, or 3, arbitrary or capricious or characterized by an abuse of discretion or clearly unwarranted exercise of discretion. I did. At this time, we will start with opening statements. If the appellant, Mr. Whitaker, would like to start, we will allow 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you very much. I was contacted by Christine when she determined that it was imperative to make an appeal of what she believed, and I agree, was an improvident exercise of discretion, if in fact it could be called exercise of discretion, what in fact was a violation of Rule 22. This appeal involves a property that has been granted a variance to add 2 more lots to the existing 1 lot, which is serviced by county water, and to allow that subdivision and development of an additional 2 lots without providing the water infrastructure with the Department of Water Supply, and instead relying upon catchment. The planning director's decision was based upon a letter submitted by West Thomas, which made the representation that water in the area was available by precipitation and could be adequately captured and service the two lots through catchment systems. Unfortunately, West Thomas, and in reliance on West Thomas, the planning director relied upon evidence that is dated and flatly false. The property is located at 524653 Akonipule Highway in North Kohala. Based upon Rule 22, the planning director made a finding based upon the rule and upon West Thomas representations. The planning director made a finding that it was appropriate to grant a variance because he found that there was an average rainfall of not less than 60 inches. To reach this erroneous conclusion, the planning director relied on West Thomas Associates, which used Atlas of Hawaiʻi information, which indeed did show a 60-inch or more average rainfall. But the information in the Atlas of Hawaiʻi showed a 30-year period of rainfall data collection that ended in 2007. The current rainfall is nowhere near that. And as Ms. Cook testified, and as Ms. Bailey and Mr. Keim will make clear, it has been nowhere near 60 inches for years. And more recently, the last 20-year period, it's been in the area of 46 inches. In 2021, the rainfall was below 30 inches for the first time on record. And in 2022, it was below 29 inches. I have asked April to share with each of the board members a hard copy of evidence that we submitted. It's on Epic. There are some pages of that that are also part of the record on appeal. The record on appeal at page 49 has what to this speaker is the most graphic depiction of the inadequacy of the rainfall at the subject property. And it shows that, as I just represented, in 2021, the rainfall was just below 30 inches, and in 2022, it was more like 29 inches. The Rule 22 specifically provides that, except as provided in Rule 22-6, all lots served by catchment shall have an average rainfall of not less than 60 inches. The average rainfall can be proven by rainfall records at comparable rain gauges or by the USGS rainfall map. The latest information that we have is from the weather station at what's it called? Pataloa, Ponaholo, and it demonstrates, as I've represented, that the rainfall does not meet the test of Rule 22. The original decision issued by the director recites the reference property, Lot 2B, containing a total of approximately 3.25 acres, is situated in Ola'a, Summer Lots, Ola'a, Puna, Hawaii. Don't know if that explains the original decision, because in Puna, we know there is a lot more rain than there is in North Kohala. But that was pointed out to the director in Ms. Bailey's appeal and in an email sent before the original decision was even issued. Notwithstanding Ms. Bailey's email pointing out
30 seconds.
pointing out the impropriety of the decision or the planned issuance, that there is not enough rainfall. The applicant or the planning director disregarded the appeal, disregarded the information that was pointed out, and continued on his improvident path of issuing an amended decision. He corrected the location of the property to, in fact, be in Kohala, but he continued to rely on the improper, outdated, and inaccurate statement of West Thomas that the rainfall was over 60 inches. It is not, it has not been, and it is not in compliance with Rule 22 to have granted the variance, and it constitutes an abuse of discretion and capricious behavior, which is illegal.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker, for your opening statement. Ms. Campbell, would you like to proceed?
Yes, thank you. This is a straightforward case of a variance appeal. As you know, the director approved a variance request that would permit 2 of the 3 homes on the proposed 3-lot subdivision to be served by catchment instead of the county water system that exists in the area. The director's approval is in line with the requirements of the planning department rules, Rule 6 and Rule 22, which govern exactly this kind of variance, and it followed the standard procedure for issuing a variance of this sort. The board's jurisdiction, I'd like to remind you, is limited to the determination of whether this variance was granted improperly. And I'm not going to repeat the standards because your chair described them just moments ago. This approval was none of those things. I'd like to note that the board does not have the jurisdiction to replace its discretion for the director's discretion. And I'd also like to note for the record that should this variance be overturned, based on the property zoning and the size of the lot, this lot is entitled to have 4 homes on it. Thank you.
Thank you. If we can now proceed with the witness list and starting with the appellant. Would you like to call your first witness, Mr. Whitaker?
Well, am I allowed to be a witness and finish up what I wanted to say?
No. But you will have
I'm
the
on the witness list.
you will have the opportunity to provide a closing statement. And just for the record, I want you to know that all documents that have been submitted in the case have been made available to the board. We've reviewed everything in its entirety. So we have access to everything that you have submitted on this case.
And additionally, I gave to April, and I believe she disseminated to the board members a package that contained 12 additional pages. They're not new. They are part of what we have put on Epic. I just thought that I wasn't clear we were going to have Zoom or how the board would be able to see the documents. So we provided them in hard copy, and I believe that she's distributing them presently.
Thank you. And so these are just duplicates of what we received electronically.
Yes, to make
Thank
it
you.
easier for the board to follow Mr. Kime's testimony, because he will be testifying to those exhibits that I am asking April to disseminate presently.
Great. So if you would like to call your first witness.
Okay, I'm calling Mr. Jim Kime. I guess there's a mic.
And everyone here.
If you could please state your name.
Yes, my name's Jim Kime.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth here today?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Whitaker.
Thank you. Could you please tell the board what your relationship is to the appellant?
Yes, she's my wife.
Okay, and are you familiar with the property that your wife owns in the vicinity of the subject property that is the subject of this variance?
Yes, we spend a lot of time there.
And did you prepare exhibits for the board to demonstrate, to help illustrate what your testimony is?
Yes.
Could you tell the board first, before you begin your testimony, a bit about your background?
Yes, so I'm a technical person. I'm also a business person who's been running a company that we started in 1995 that's into power management. So I travel the world quite a bit, very familiar with planet warming issues around the world. Just last month, I was in Taipei visiting one of the customers that you probably buy product from. In monitors and notebooks and other areas, as also in Japan. And when I arrived in Taipei, it was over 90 degrees. When I went to Tokyo, everyone was complaining about the heat. We're in a climate crisis. I don't claim to be a climate scientist at all, but my work is in power management. We supply a lot of products that go into power management type products, including automobiles, monitors into power tools, what's called ESS systems, which do things like solar backup for batteries. So I'm very familiar with power down and what's going on around the planet. So basically, I'm familiar with that. I'm also familiar with issues in property. I do own property not only here, but also a number of other places, including Asia, but also Monterey County, where we had a not dissimilar problem with water. And that problem became a major issue in Monterey County, involving a lot of trucking of water because their wells were going down as the water table went down. That engaged me initially in a lawsuit with one of the developers because I was told there was plenty of well capacity. There simply was not. So went into court. We deposed the county in that position, and I won that and was awarded costs as well as forcing the developer to take the property back. I later worked with Monterey County as they continued to have problems, because when you start having water problems, as can happen here, you end up trucking water. And there is no consistent supply of water that can be guaranteed for trucking. And the trucking got worse and worse. And Monterey County came to the position that they needed to end it. And I own property in 2 neighborhoods, one of which got rescinded, of course, but the other one was a 10-acre property that I still own. With that property, what occurred was Monterey County decided to try to bring in water to those 2 communities from a town called Aromas, at the same time cutting off trucking. With that, Monterey County then was going to supply metered water, which is the end analysis when you don't have enough water at your house, is sooner or later you need to get metered water. And Monterey County funded a good portion of that, but they also shared the cost with the owners. As they started to do that, we ran into more and more and more problems. And part of that equipment sits on my property today because I work cooperatively with some of the supervisors in Monterey County. The head supervisor at that time was Lou Calcagno. I know him well. And I agreed to let one of the pipelines to serve the other neighborhood come across my property. But you know, the best intentions when you let something go remiss is it becomes much more difficult later. And sadly, Monterey County was not able to get water to those, at least about a third of the houses sitting over on one of the roads, which is called Echo Valley. The other road I live on, which is Oak Ridge, was sufficient. But as they took the pipeline from Aromas down the road, up the hill, my property's up on top, they ran into more and more expense problems. And as they did, they started going across my property, which I was happy to let them do because I really wanted to get people access to the water. They ran into a problem there too. I got a call one morning sitting in the office. They ran into a protected species of salamander on my property. I never even knew there was a salamander. They ran into environmental problems when they got there.
I'm sorry, Mr. Whitaker. So your witness's testimony is not relevant to the scope of our decision. So if you're using him as an expert witness, I maybe you could clarify what his testimony is providing us.
Well, Mr. Keim was trying to give the Board of Appeals a bit of background to let the board know that he's not naive or inexperienced with respect to water and the problems that arise when variances such as the one at issue are granted improvidently. And he was sharing his experience from Monterey with the board. I appreciate it is not squarely on point to the variance here at issue, but it does demonstrate some of the problems that are sure to arise if this variance is not set aside, including the trucking of water and the problems that arise when there is not government supplied water to properties that are developed as is proposed by the owner here. But I think he's given you that background already, and I'm happy to ask him to move to the facts that he has researched and assembled that are directly pertinent to this improvidently granted variance.
Thank you.
If I may. Mr. Keim, did you assemble a package of the materials from your and Christine's evidence submitted to the board that you asked me to distribute to the board members?
Yes,
And is the first of those pages a slide indicating information from the National Weather Service?
yes,
And does it show the 4 radar stations in Hawaii?
yes,
And is one of them at South Point and one in Kohala?
yes.
Okay. And is there anything else that's relevant to our appeal shown on the first of the slides that we have shared with the board?
Just for the record purposes, I'm going to ask April to post the document that you are referring to for our online board member who does not have a copy of what was handed out, as well as for the appellees to be able to follow along with your questioning.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anything else you need to tell the board regarding the first slide that's now posted?
Yes, one of the radar stations, which is in North Kahala, that's real close to the Ponoholo weather station, which we'll bring up later, where actual rainfall is monitored for this weather band that this property is in.
And if I could ask you to turn to the next of the slides, is that a depiction of information compiled from the weather station in Kohala and then shown graphically on a map?
No,
What is?
this is from the GIS system. And when we first heard of the Rainfall Atlas of Hawaii in the GIS system on which this decision was originally made, this is a plot from the GIS system that shows the rainfall in Makapala, and it shows a band of 65-inch of rainfall. So for the years 2007 and 30 years prior, this is an average estimate that was done by the state of Hawaii that's shown in the Rainfall Atlas of Hawaii of the rainfall for these areas. So when you pull this up, you can look at the various bands. And indeed, back in that time frame ending in 2007, we would fully agree. Makapala was shown as having the 66 inches. Also, we'll show you later precisely where the Ponoholo weather station is. It's right at that same band, a little bit to the right, and it had 68 inches of rain over those 30 years.
Okay, and this information is over the 30-year period up to 2007.
Yes, 30-year period ending in 2007.
Okay. And is that your understanding of the GIS information which was contained in the West Thomas letter that was submitted by the appellee requesting the variance and on which we assume the director relied when he granted the variance?
Yes, although they referred to the Rainfall Atlas of Hawaii, and there's on the next page, we'll show you that the GIS data is the same as the rainfall of Hawaii. They just show the rainfall bands, which is more convenient. And basically, I wasn't familiar with either one of these when this started, so I kind of went through this. So anyway, this refers back to the same database that West Thomas referred to, and it will show 66 inches at Makapala during this time frame. We will not argue that.
Could you turn to the next of your slide pages?
Yes, this, please don't read this other than in the center, you'll get confused, I think. I just want to refer to the fact that under the description, they do say that the statewide GIS program, the base for that comes from the Rainfall Atlas of Hawaii. And if you go down to the term that says source, you will see that under source, it refers to the 2011 Rainfall Atlas of Hawaii. And if you go to the second paragraph below, It will tell you that the Rainfall Atlas of Hawaii uses a base period of 1978 to 2007. And that, by the way, is an average estimate over those years. And it's an estimate because they didn't have the accuracy that they do today.
And could I ask you to turn to the next slide and explain to the board members what that depicts?
Yes, what this depicts is straight from the Rainfall Atlas of Hawaii. So you're now looking at a snapshot from the Rainfall Atlas of Hawaii. And on the Rainfall Atlas of Hawaii, you can take a cursor and go around and look at what the historic rainfall again was ending in 2007. And on this, if you look very carefully up where Makapala is, that's where the applicant's plan was done for the subdivision. It again will show you the 66-inch rainfall they claimed, so that was true and accurate. But on here, I show the mean annual rainfall. You'll see the little bracket was 68.2 inches. That's where Punaholo is located. And you'll notice that this is in the same weather band as Makapala, so it's obviously not surprising that it had very similar and a little bit more rainfall. And this is where the weather station we're going to show you data from later. This is the official NOAA weather station up in this area. And that weather station shows data from 2004 up through to 2022, which we will show you.
And what was the average rainfall in the area from 2004 to 2022?
Well, we show that a little bit later, but it's about 46.6 inches. Yeah.
And you edited what you printed off the internet with the two lines at the top of this slide.
Yeah, on this slide I see you can only see one, but I inserted the lines on the top. On that slide, it didn't show earlier, but it does indicate that the average from 2004 to 2022 is 46.6 inches, and that it's less than 30 inches in the last several years.
Okay, if I could ask you to turn your attention to the next slide, please.
Yes, the next slide is also from the Rainfall Atlas of Hawaii. And this slide down below. Yeah, there it is. There's the pink portion. If you read the pink portion of this, the Rainfall Atlas of Hawaii itself goes on to say that, however, the rainfall record and other evidence point to a downward trend in rainfall. So even the Rainfall Atlas of Hawaii was telling you there's going to be a change. And the last sentence also indicates that, where they say the mean rainfall will decline and drought will become more frequent. So the Rainfall Atlas of Hawaii, even back when it was done, was already indicating that there's going to be rainfall issues.
Was there anything in the director's decision or granting of the variance that showed you that he had considered current rainfall in granting the variance?
No.
Could you please turn to the next slide?
Okay.
And please explain to the board why you have presented that for their consideration.
Again, could we raise that up some? Because good portion of it missing. This is straight from State of Hawaii, their climate change portal. So this is State of Hawaii information, and obviously it says in big print what's happening now. The highlights on this slide are not mine, they're from the State of Hawaii. And one notable comment is, since 2008, overall, the islands have been particularly dry. So the islands have been dry since the time of the Rainfall Atlas of Hawaii started the downtrend. So it really causes issues when you go back and rely on the Rainfall Atlas of Hawaii.
Does it also indicate that there have been no substantially above average rainy seasons since 2006?
Yes.
Could you please turn your attention now to the next slide?
This is a graph that I did, and this graph, as we'll show you on the next page on the left, this is the actual rainfalls from the Pono-Holo weather station from 2004 up through 2022. What's in green, the green lines on this graph that run vertically are the applicants' rainfall of 66 inches and the Pono-Holo of 68. The blue lines show the Pono-Holo data over the past years from 2004 up through 2022. And if you do an average of this data, you come up with 46.6 inches. And sadly, in the last few years, we've been under 30 inches. And this past year has been a horrible drought. I think it's going to come in much less.
And does this depict the 2 years that I pointed out to the board where the rainfall was less than 30 inches?
Yeah, so the two on the right, 2021 and 2022. So this shows the annual rainfalls for those 2 years.
Okay, and from the, this is also in the record on appeal at page 52, your next slide, a global summary of the year for 2004 through 2021.
Right, and what we have here is actually, you can go to NOAA and actually download this information, which I did. I requested the annual rainfall out of Pono-Holo for the years 2004 through 2022. They had it annually summarized through 2021. We'll show you 2022 later because I think it's quite important. The year is obviously shown on the left. Right next to that is the precipitation, the amount of precipitation that you have every year. And this is the official weather station that's up at Pono-Holo, maintained by the National Weather Service, NOAA. And so this is the data that is reflected on the previous graph. I just wanted to show it to you because they actually download, you can request this information and get it within a matter of minutes. You just go in and tell them what format you want it in. This is the actual data that they sent to me in email format. Okay.
Could you turn to the next slide, please?
Yes, the next slide is 2022. At the time I requested data, they didn't show 2022 on the annual, so I requested this. And what's really important on this is if you look at the precipitation over on the right. Am I allowed to stand up and just point to this? Okay, I'll do that if you can. Maybe it's easier over here. Because I think this is really, really important to the essence of what we're getting at today. This is the rainfall by month for 2022. This is out of Pono-Holo, which had historically a little bit more rainfall than Macapala. It's in the same rain band area, so it reflects very accurately what's going on. And what you'll notice is every month they give the total. And the late months like November, December, you get to see more rain. What's really important to look at here is what happens in a lot of these months. You're below one inch. And I can tell you what's going to happen. You know, Rule 22 has purpose in my mind, making sure that the home gets enough water. And when you have rainfall that's very low down here, you know, some months are under an inch, some under 2 inches. When you have very low rainfall, you're probably not going to have adequate water to this house. So people are going to have to start trucking water. And that's what's going to happen in this neighborhood with these situations where you begin to go below the rainfall mandate of 60 inches. You know, ideally, what you'd like to see is 5 inches of rain every month. So you just go have plenty of water for your house, and you're filling your tanks. Well, when you don't have enough rainfall, I can tell you a lot of these tanks are empty. And that's what happened in Monterey County. That's why I referred to it. People don't keep their tanks full. That leads to potential fire problems in the area. It also leads to lack of vegetation. People don't have enough water to hardly even live on. So we're facing a serious problem in this area. And I can tell you this year when we've been up there, it's worse than ever. We went months where I don't think we saw any rain at all. And we've fortunately gotten a little bit, as we normally do as we get into November, but it got very late November before we saw it. Now we're getting a little bit in December, thank God. But you're looking at, I think, a real serious problem. And if this drought continues to go on, and I'm going to show you projections, it's expected to, we're going to see trucking of water. And that can be a real serious problem for the poor homeowner who buys this property. It can also become a long-term problem for the county. How are you going to get water to these people? You know, my position is you really need to think about supplying metered water and how you're going to do it. And I don't think approvals should be going in. This is my opinion. I don't think approvals should be going in unless there really is capable catchment systems that have adequate rainfall. That's my comment.
And is it reasonable in your experience, in your opinion, to rely upon the trucking to make up for the inadequate rainfall?
Well, we actually had a fire at my home, and Christine's going to tell you a little bit later about a fire that started June 1 in the right adjacent pasture. And by the way, the pasture below this property is right adjacent to her property, and then it takes an L shape and comes up the full length of the property that is proposed by the applicant. And that pasture got extraordinarily dry. And there was a fire that Christine had to call in for the first time. But to answer your question more directly, my home in Monterey County, there was a fire that started coming up the hill, and lady at the bottom had tank, and it was literally empty. They had to bring out prisoners from the prisons to help fight the fire, and thank God they got it out before it took down, you know, my home and others. So you can really run into problems when you don't have adequate waterfall to really fill these tanks, because I can tell you, people just don't fill them. Even my neighbor had a tank for a while because he was living off of well water. And guess what happened? You know, it was empty most of the time. It really was. They just don't fill the tanks. It's very expensive. And it gets more and more expensive, and more towns are beginning to say no more water because they're beginning to ration water. And the last thing they need is dozens of trucks pulling up, filling up with water. Anyway, that's my comment.
The next slide that we have shared with the board is from page 48, the record on appeal. Could you describe what this is intended to show the members?
Can I interrupt you for 1 second? So I just want to make sure that we proceed in a timely manner. I also will want to limit you, Mr. Whitaker, on the amount of time for this witness's testimony. Again, I will repeat that we did review all of your documents that were submitted as part of your appeal. So I do want to get through everything. So if we could just allow 5 more minutes for you to question your witness, and then we can have the department
We can finish in
cross-examine.
5 minutes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
It's the last slide, I think, that I have anyway. I just want to show one more thing. It's easier to point out if I can get up. Again, this is information that comes down through the NOAA, and I added one at the end which shows the update of this because this was run back in June. I think it goes through June 30th. At that time, this area that incorporates this was in a persist for drought with the seasonal expected to continue, and that's exactly what happened. It's the same as the West Maui was. And I don't have it on the flash, but if you look at the update for November 30th, you're going to see that the NOAA is projecting on a seasonal basis, basically all of the island to continue to be in a drought situation. It's not a good situation, unfortunately. But this area tends to be very dry and has much the same climate because it's very close to Maui. So
Is the subject property located in the area on that map that shows
it's It's
the
in the
drought
per-
is predicted to
Right, it's
persist.
in the persist area. If you go online, you can get a more detailed look, but it's in the persist area. And then November 30th shows the whole island being in a persistent. So we're not expecting to see more rainfall anytime in the near future. And again, one of our biggest concerns is number one, trucking of water and fire, because we've had issues with both this last year.
I think that's all.
Thank you. Ms. Campbell, would you like to cross-examine the witness?
No, thank you. No questions for this witness.
Thank you. Any questions from the board for this witness? Lisa, do you have any questions for this witness?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. Do you want to call your next witness?
Thank you. Will,
Yeah.
Ms. Christine Bailey.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Christine Bailey.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth here today?
I do.
Thank you.
Christine, do you own property adjacent to the property that is the subject of the variance at issue?
That's correct.
And how long have you owned property there?
17 years.
And do you live there?
Yes,
So you're aware of the day-to-day rainfall as testified to by your husband?
I am.
And did you arrange or did you get have any conversation with Tony Withington prior to today's hearing?
Yes.
And was she on our witness list?
Tony was on the witness list and wasn't able to be with us today, but I would like to speak a little bit about Tony.
Could you share the email that she sent to you regarding her testimony and her inability to be here today?
Yes. Could I go over her title and her group? And-
Please, I want the board to know who she is, why her.
We did actually have her title and information on your witness list document. So you can probably just proceed with your testimony.
Okay. Tony did communicate with board previous to the approval, and her concerns were that she was concerned about the rainfall data that was being used, and the entire group that she represents, which is the Growth Management Group of the North Kohala Community Development Plan Advisory Group. The entire group was concerned about the rainfall data that was used. And also she was, the group was concerned about the housing density in this area. And that is on page 67 in the record of appeal, her letter to the board expressing her concerns. And I do have an email from her that I'd like to read just so that you know what her concerns are. It's very short. And I'm just going to read it direct to you. Aloha, Christine. Unfortunately, I will not be able to be there on Friday. A doctor's appointment that just came up cannot be ignored. If it is not too late to submit written testimony, let me know. I can testify to the growth management group to notify the planning department that we were concerned about the rainfall figures used by Mr. Kern. I have no extra data about the drought conditions other than what you already have. Aloha, Tony.
Thank you. Could I ask to have these slides shown back on the Zoom, 11 pages 11 and 12, Ms. Bailey will testify to? or you can just look at the package that I distributed, or April distributed. It's the 11th and 12th pages that Christine will testify to. Did you fill out and submit this request to access a government record that is being depicted on the Zoom display now?
I did, and I'll read that to you. I am requesting the fire records of brush fires in the Kapa'au area of the District of North Kohala on the island of Hawaii during 2022 and 2023. This should include a fire I am aware of near Keaukea Park and my home at 52-4651 Akonipule Highway, Kapa'au, Hawaii. So before I go over this, the results that I was sent from the fire department on fires in our area, I'd like to just say that our home in Makapala is right across the channel from Maui, and we have very similar conditions to the West Maui area. And not only West Maui, but much of Maui that was affected by wildfires recently. We have a severe drought in Makapala. We have very large areas of dry grasslands. We have fairly common high wind advisories, and in recent times, the high winds have been very dry, hot wind. We're not receiving rain as we did much earlier with the high winds. It's dry wind we're experiencing now. And we also have a water shortage in North Kohala, and we have been asked to curtail our water use. So this first slide is just showing you the record of requesting those fires, the records of those fires. And I just want to, before I go into the fires that the fire department has sent, I want to mention the fires that occurred on our island the same day as the Maui fires did. And those fires began the same day at Mauna Kea Beach and at Kohala Ranch. And both of those were very, very destructive fires. So that is right down the coast from us where we live in Makapala. If you follow the coast down into the lower regions of Kohala on the coast there, that's where those communities are, and that's where those fires took place. That same day, there was also another fire that was higher up, more toward Waimea. And that particular fire, because the firefighters were so busy with the Mauna Kea Beach fire and the Kohala Ranch fire, they could not arrive immediately up in the upcountry Waimea fire. So in that fire, residents held the fire off from consuming or engulfing residences. And there was a whole group of residents up there who organized and kept the fire at bay until the firefighters were able to come. So those Maui fires, I just want to mention, after they became very hot, they were traveling at a rate of 1 mile per minute, which is the devastation is, very, very dangerous. So we could go to the next slide, which is the information I got from the fire department. And what this tells us is about not all the fires in 2022 and in 2023 that took place are not on this list. I only requested brush fires, the records of brush fires. So that the brush fires are all that's listed here. And I'll go through those. I'd like to start with 2023 because that has been the most devastating drought year in our community up in Makapala. So the June 1st fire, I was an eyewitness to that fire. And I looked out my front windows toward the ocean, and on the property directly adjacent to my home, there is pasture land and also wooded land. And about 200 yards from my home, I was watching trees and grasslands on fire. A very, very fire up into the trees was consuming some trees and some grassland right there in front of my home. So I called 911 immediately, and
How long did it take the fire department to arrive after you made your 911 call?
it took 14 minutes from the time that they were notified to the time that the actual tanker arrived, where they could start fighting the fire with the water in the tanker.
At 1 mile per minute, that would be 14 miles.
Yes, it took them that long to get to my house, and it is a bit of a distance from the fire station. And my house would have been gone if it had been a fire that hot, traveling that fast. So fortunately, very fortunately, they were able to put out the fire. I, of course, was up late into the night because I was very familiar with the Maui fires, having had flare-ups and hotspots, and you don't know whether the fire is entirely extinguished. So watching to see if there would be anything, but they did extinguish the fire. And so I just want to go over the other fires. Now, the June 1st fire was at a time when our drought was well underway. We had we've had quite a lot of discussion in our community about how long and how far we're going
Mr.
with this
Whitaker,
drought.
Yes.
I'm gonna allow Ms. Bailey to recap the fire for 5 more minutes as a witness. We did receive every single exhibit for every fire that documented, it's 3 pages worth for every fire call that documented the number of companies that responded, when they were called to be relieved, and how long it took them to extinguish. So I just want to assure you that we did also receive all that information. Thank you.
So these 3 fires that occurred after the fire June 1st, all were in a period of time in our community where there was a very serious drought. And as you can see, Hawaiʻi and Kapa'au are the areas where this subdivision is proposed. So you can see that the causes of the fire sometimes may occur at a house, a dwelling, other times at a business, or 2 of the fires are open land fires. They do not know the cause of these, but the drought conditions, of course, we're very vulnerable at this time because we've had a very, very long drought. And, you know, we've been considered in drought for quite a long time. So the causes include unknown in open land, misuse of fire at a family dwelling, which in these dry conditions, something can start at a home, but then spread quickly into the nearby grassland and trees. And these are all brush fires that have spread from their origin. And we have 2 fires that were started by electrical situations and then spread to become brush fires. So there were 6 fires over the last 2 years in our area, and we feel that they're very much related to the drought.
Can I ask you, did you have an opportunity to look at the testimonies submitted by Mr. Anderson in support of the approved variance?
Yes,
And he made the representation that there was a fire hydrant located either on his property or very close to it. And you remember that?
yes.
Do you have access to the fire hydrant so that you could turn on the water from a fire hydrant?
No,
dur-
residents in the area have no access. Of course, that's only for the firefighters to use, as far as I know. And
So if the fire that you observed on June 1st, if you had a fire hydrant on your property, would you have been able to turn it on and put the fire out?
no,
Did you have anything further that you needed to share with the board?
I just want to emphasize that this proposed subdivision has a large pasture directly adjacent to it that is often, with these drought conditions, very dry. Also in the nearby land, we have a lot of dry grassland and also wooded areas. And so we're in an area where there is quite a bit of fire hazard during these drought conditions. And if the fires were traveling quickly like they were on Maui, there's plenty of fuel right near where we live. And the only other thing I want to include is that I just want to emphasize to all of you that it is very, very important that the actual water, where our water shortage is a reality to all the residents in our area, the actual water situation and the actual fire hazard situations, the real ones, the ones that we're living with every day, it's very important that you consider those when you're making your decisions, that our lives are in the midst of these conditions. So I just really urge you to have the facts and make your decisions on what the real situation that we're living in is. So thank you so much.
Do any of the board members have any questions? I do have one question before the department cross-examines. So you had read an email from your witness, Tony Withington.
Yes.
And so I just want to get a clarification, because in the documents we received, the record on appeal, there is a letter, an email letter included, written on August 10th in support of the variance that was granted. And it states that we strongly encourage new housing, and I'm paraphrasing, I apologize. We strongly encourage new housing opportunities, especially for resident families. We also accept the department's determination of rainfall for the area and have no objection to the variance. So the email you read that from Ms. Withington, is that implying that their position has changed, or what was the purpose of her email to you?
What page of the record on appeal is chair referencing?
Oh, what page? Sorry. 79. Oh, got it. It's 79 in the entire PDF. Got it. So my question.
I don't recall the copy that you're reading of her email.
Oh, maybe I should rephrase my question. My question was regarding the email you read. What was the intent, or is there a position that you were conveying from Ms. Withington?
Yes, well, Ms. Whittington was telling me is that she has now had time to discuss this with her group, the growth management group, and also with the larger group that she is chairperson of, and that they are now very concerned about the rainfall data that was used because they consider it inaccurate. And
So is that what she actually wrote you in the email, or are you paraphrasing?
if you'd like me to read the email again, I could. She had planned to be here today to speak with you about.
Sure, why don't
this
you just
position.
reread her email?
Pardon me?
Can you just reread her email to you?
Sure. Aloha, Christine. Unfortunately, I will not be able to be there on Friday. A doctor's appointment that just came up cannot be ignored. If it is not too late to submit written testimony, let me know. I can testify to the growth management's group to notify the planning department that we were concerned about the rainfall figures used by Mr. Kern. I have no extra data about drought conditions other than what you have. Aloha, Tony.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
If I may, I'd like to point out that the email that you referenced is on page 75 of the record on appeal. It's dated August 10th. The rainfall correction information, which we've shared in our appeal, demonstrating that there is a drought and that the dated information submitted to the director by West Thomas and Associates was ended in 2007. And Ms. Withington was not, I believe, familiar with the correct rainfall information at the time she authored the email that is on page 75, but was educated by the time she wrote the email that my witness has just read to the board.
Thank you. Would the department like to cross-examine?
Only one quick question. You mentioned at one point that there were concerns, and apologies for I didn't make a note to myself, concerns about both wildfire and density. You've covered, I think, wildfire very clearly. Do you have concerns about density in the area?
I personally don't have a big concern about density at this time. However, the area is mostly 1 acre or larger parcels with single family homes on them. There are exceptions to that, but that's what the character of the area generally is. But I do not personally feel that at this time, the density is a big concern to me personally.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Any further questions, Mr. Whitaker, and or witnesses?
Thank you. No.
Thank you. At this time, Ms. Campbell, do you want to call your first witness or only witness?
Yes, thank you. I have only one witness. I'd like to call Director Kern, please.
Thanks.
I don't need this if you want it.
Aloha, Zendo Kern, Planning Director.
Do you swear to or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth here today?
Yes.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Director Kern, can you explain to the board generally how the department evaluates a variance request?
Sure. The department evaluates the variance request against Rule 22, and usually the big one comes, is there any other alternatives? In this case, that was clear, and then we look at the rainfall data. The Rainfall Atlas of Hawaii is the standard best available data that we use for all of our variances. We're not subjective on which ones we pick and choose from. This is the one that we use across the board. All of our variances for Rule 22 are based on that.
Okay, thank you. So would it be out of the ordinary or unusual for the department to stray from your use of the standard data that you use countywide?
I believe it would be not only out of the ordinary, I believe that would be subject of an appeal. And I'd be sitting here feeling very differently because I was using subjective information versus the best standard available data that we've had.
Okay, so there have been suggestions that the state's rainfall data is out of date. Whose decision would it be to determine whether that should be updated or changed at the department level?
That would be mine, and that would take some work.
Okay, but that would be within the director's discretion to make that evaluation and then make a decision to update or change the data.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just one more simple question. So this property, as we know, is zoned RS 15, and it's roughly 62,000 square feet. What are the options for the landowner if the subdivision and variance don't go through?
Sure. So with residential zoning, so it has existing residential zoning, RS 15,000 means that your minimum lot size is 15,000 square feet. Based on our zoning code, chapter 25, it allows for that density to be built out without subdividing it. So you take that 15,000 square feet, you divide that by the overall square footage of the parcel, and that would show you your allowable density. So right now, without having to subdivide it, without anything, the landowner could put there's an existing one, they could put 3 additional parcels for a total of 4 on there without any water variance, without any subdivision. That's per chapter 25.
Okay, one last question. So they could do that simply by getting building permits. So does going through the subdivision and the variance process with the planning department allow the department to put additional requirements? For example, the requirements that are set forth in Rule 22.
Yeah, it allows us to put forth those requirements, and then when the variance is granted, there's various conditions within there that actually get more guardrails, if you will, on that activity of the subdivision. So I'd argue that based on Rule 22 and the variance and the subdivision, there's more conditions than there would be just using the allowable density as there would be right now.
No further questions.
Any questions by board members?
I have a question, Chair. Richard Henderson. Director Kern, the zoning code states in 22 a certain rainfall. And that number that was used there, was that number basically what was available at the time that the zoning code was amended?
Rule 22 is a planning department rule. It correlates to the zoning code, but it's not actually the zoning code. Rule 22 is a planning department rule that I believe was put into place early 2000s. So that rule could be adjusted within the department. It's not a zoning code rule. So I believe it was Director Ewan that had put this rule together with that.
Rainfall requirement.
Yeah.
Okay, and that was the available information at the time that was put in.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I do have a question on part of the documents in the record on appeal. I believe is part of the process before you grant the variance to reach out to various departments. And I believe the fire department was one of them who looked at the condition.
That's right. When we receive a variance for application, we take that in. We make sure that the neighbors have been notified, and we send that to the various agencies that would relate to, like the water department, fire department, Department of Public Works, etc. And then they opine on that, and then we kind of go based off of some of the background and suggestions that they give us.
Thank you. Mr. Whitaker, would you like to cross-examine?
Yes, I have a couple of questions. You testified that the information that you relied upon in making your determination that variance was appropriate was the best available rainfall information?
Standard best rainfall information that we utilize, yes.
That you had not reviewed since 2011.
It is the standard rainfall data that we use to look at all variances.
Has it ever occurred to the department to update their rainfall figures, given that the Atlas of Hawaii is based upon evidence accumulated until 2007?
Yeah, sometimes I do contemplate that, and I contemplate looking and changing the rainfall data. And my thought around it is generally to lower the rainfall amount. There's a big reason why. We need housing. Housing is a huge, huge issue. We have our local children being exported all the time because they can't afford housing. One of the biggest impediments to housing is water. The Department of Water Supply does not necessarily engage in developing new systems. They'll work on their systems, they'll work on increasing some capacity, but you can talk to, the director of the water department, and they say our primary job is to maintain our systems. And so in an effort to actually move forward from a sustainability standpoint, as well as a housing standpoint, I would actually contemplate lowering that amount to allow for more folks to be able to live here and be able to utilize catchment system, because us as a municipality do not have the capacity and the finances to put the water systems in that we would need to serve all of our people. So I do contemplate it.
Did I understand your testimony to be that this homeowner or this property owner could build a total of 4 structures, houses, residences on his property without the variance that you've granted?
That's correct.
Then why do you apply for a variance?
Because the difference is that the variance allows for a subdivision. The variance is related to a subdivision. So when someone comes in to subdivide, we look at that, and Rule 22 will allow for a water variance of up to additional 5 lots. You can't subdivide it into as many lots as you want to. So if you have one parcel, you can do up to 5 lots one time. And so the reason that somebody would do that is to subdivide the lots to allow for individual ownership. The other way, the reason that somebody would subdivide it would be to basically create individual lots and allow for individual ownership. If the person builds the 4 residences as it currently exists, it's still one parcel, it's still one TMK, one owner.
And the county would consider that those 4 houses to be adequately served by the 1 meter that is presently servicing Mr. Anderson's property?
The water department would look at that on a daily allowable usage based on that meter. And I would venture to say that they would probably have to use some catchment systems in there. But as far as Chapter 25 goes, based on that zoning, that landowner or any landowner with that type of zoning would be allowed to build those dwellings.
Thank you very much. I have nothing further.
Anyone else? Oh, Mr. Scott Trefethan.
Thank you, Chair. You spoke of guardrails to keep the process streamlined, if you will. Is there any thought in the department today about requiring larger catchment tanks to assist in the homeowners having enough water long-term?
From a planning department perspective, I know it's something we have, I've thought about. As far as a requirement, that moves a bit more over to Department of Public Works. And generally, when I think about somebody building a home, because there's homes with, lots right now in areas that get 5 inches of rainfall a year, like in South Kona. And they're not necessarily served by a water system. So the person has to put a catchment tank in there, or maybe drill a well. And they can do some due diligence to hopefully say, I need a little bit bigger tank. And so I think it's something that we'd have to look collaboratively as a county, water department, fire department, building department, and planning to potentially require different sizing of tanks in different locations. And that would probably be even outside of, say, a variance. That would just be maybe for any building permit. Because like I go to that South Kona model, for example, and in those cases, they upsize their tank, generally speaking, because you kind of want to calculate how much you're going to get and what you're going to be able to hold. So it is a conversation that we're having, but it's still very high level.
Any further questions? Do you want to redirect, Ms. Campbell?
I do want to clarify, am I correct? Because apologies, I don't have it off the top of my head. Am I correct? I think it was Rule 22 requires a minimum storage of 6,000 gallons of potable water for the home and 3,000 gallons for emergency use
Correct.
currently?
So most people put up a standard 10,000 gallon tank in that case.
Got it. Thank you.
And did you want to mention the Tony Whittington email, or are we good?
I think that was covered.
Okay.
If you have comments, I guess.
I mean, Tony reached out to us. Tony's a pretty big voice out in North Kohala. I was born out in North Kohala. And I want to reiterate that she emailed us with concern. I answered all of her questions back in an email, and it's on the record. And then she came out and said, "Aloha Zendo, the growth management group discussed the above subdivision and water variants at our meeting last night. We strongly encourage new housing opportunities, especially for resident families. Also, we accept the department's determination of rainfall for the area and have no objection to the variance. Mahalo for allowing our voice. Aloha, Tony." And that was the last email that we had gotten from her.
Thank you. Anything further from the board? Thank you. So, that concludes our,
And am I not entitled to recross following the redirect?
that's not our standard. Typically it is direct, cross-examine, redirect. You will have the opportunity to make a closing argument. So let's just allow Mr. Whitaker his question. Do you have an additional question?
You took the position just now in reciting what Tony Withington's testimony was or would be without regard to her updated comments after she learned what the actual rainfall was. Did you not?
Tony's name is being put out there. I'm taking the email that she sent to me. Tony is not shy. She will reach out to me in 2 shakes if she has an issue. She never has been, and I don't think she ever will be. So I think if she had a major concern before me coming in here, she would have reached out and made sure that I knew that. So what I can take is the best information that we have available on the record.
And you have on the record now her information that she and her group are opposed to the variance by reason of the inadequacy of the rainfall, which she was educated to after you issued your second approval.
I don't believe that that's an accurate statement.
You dispute that what I have submitted as her evidence today that she objects to it is that a lie?
I don't know. I haven't seen that. What I've seen is the email that she sent back to me. She inquired. I sent her the information. Their group met, and they have the email on record that I'm going off of. I haven't seen anything else in my email box. I haven't gotten a call from her.
You heard the testimony. It was read to the board.
Mr. Whitaker, I think we get your position and get the witness's statement. We also did hear from your Ms. Bailey and her reading of the actual email. So I think we have all the factual information we could probably garner from all of the emails. Thank you, Mr. Kern. That concludes on the evidentiary portion of the hearing is now closed. And if we can proceed to closing arguments, and I will start with the appellant. And Mr. Whitaker, you have 3 minutes for your closing argument, and it will be followed by the planning department. Thank you.
Well, I want to point out, first of all, that Mr. Kern testified that he had the best available, quote, subjective information, close quote, that he relied upon. Well, he did not. He patently did not. He relied upon the Rainfall Atlas of Hawaii, which was published in 2011, based upon rainfall data accumulated up until 2007. We have demonstrated undeniably that the rainfall is not what he relied upon. We pointed that out. He made a correction and properly moved the location of the property from Ola in Puna to Kohala, where in fact the rainfall is in a drought condition and does not anywhere near approach the minimum rainfall required to allow a variance under Rule 22. The director's behavior is patently an abuse of discretion. He does not have the discretion to disregard a rule. The rule doesn't mandate that he look at dated 15-year-old rainfall information in considering his variances. It requires that he exercise discretion, looking at what the facts are. And the fact that they have done it this way and relied upon dated information is all well and good, but it is not consistent with good practice or with the appropriate exercise of discretion. And this idea about housing shortages, well, surely there are housing shortages, and it would be nice if there were more properties suitable for the development of housing if they had adequate water. There is no adequate water here. I have quoted in my brief to the board a decided case that says that the fact that an applicant for a variance might make a greater profit or using his property in a manner prohibited by the ordinance is considered irrelevant to a showing that a variance is necessary to make reasonable use of the land, since almost any applicant could make that same showing. I don't think that there's been a showing that there are exceptional circumstances in this particular property to warrant the variance. I don't believe that it is in compliance with the law, and it is clearly an abuse of discretion and clearly erroneous. The preponderance of the evidence demonstrates almost overwhelmingly that there is not adequate rainfall here. And if the director wants to say, well, it's okay, I can issue it without adequate rainfall because that's the way we've done it and we've relied on this old information, well, I believe that's a patent abuse of discretion. And it's not as though the director wasn't informed of his error and the error of West Thomas Associates before he made his approval.
30 seconds.
He was informed by an email from my client in July before he issued his first bogus ruling for a property in Ola. And he made no corrections. He did not go and look at the rainfall, and he simply corrected the address and issued another approval in October. I believe that we've clearly shown a mistake. If not a mistake, then a patent abuse of discretion.
Thank you. Ms. Campbell, would you like to give your closing statement?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Jean Campbell, Deputy Corporation Counsel. I think our case has clearly demonstrated that this variance was granted in compliance with both Rule 6 and Rule 22 of the department rules, which govern how the department grants a variance. The department looked at the standard data that it uses countywide, island-wide for granting all catchment variances. To stray from their ordinary data would in fact become an abuse of discretion. To do a one-off for this property differently than all of the other water catchment variances they get would in fact be an abuse of discretion. I would note that it's been made clear from the testimony and otherwise that there is a fire hydrant adjacent to the property. So there's no unusual fire danger to this property. The granting of a variance, as I noted in my initial memo to you, actually makes the property safer. As the director noted, granting a variance allows the department to condition the use of the property in ways that just simply the owner coming in for building permits wouldn't. With the granting of a variance, the owner is required to maintain at least 6,000 gallons of potable water, so their household water, plus 3,000 gallons for emergency purposes. Again, because of the RS-15 zoning of the property, this property is entitled to put 4 homes. The owner is asking for 3, and with the granting of the variance, he's required to put in that additional storage, water catchment storage, and he's obviously able to put in more. If he doesn't think 9,000 gallons is sufficient, he could put in 20,000 gallons. He can put in whatever, there's no maximum. So the granting of the variance actually makes the property safer, but should this board determine that the variance was improperly granted and it's overturned, that will not prevent the owner from constructing any of these homes. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'm looking for a motion. Oh, so I'm sorry. Before I move into the motion, this is the board's last opportunity if they have any questions for the appellant or the appellee. None. So we will move into IM, looking for a motion to either affirm or reverse, modify, or remand the decision by the director.
Madam Chair, hearing nobody stepping forward, I would like to make a motion.
Thank you.
I would like to make a motion to affirm the planning director's decision in PL SVAR 2023-00036 dated August 22nd, 2023, and corrected and reissued on October 13th, 2023, as the decision was not clearly erroneous and the decision was not arbitrary or capricious, nor was it an abuse of discretion based on the fact that the director used the available information according to the zoning and subdivision code.
Thank you, Vice Chair Henderson. Can I get a second on that motion?
I second. No, Psyche, second.
Thank you. So we have a second. Motions on the table. We are in discussion. Any discussion, comments by the board?
Yes, I would say that subdivision codes, planning codes are there for the betterment of the community. And we try to utilize the resources we have to get the best we can. And in this case, the utilities available from the Department of Water Supply are insufficient to provide any additional water to any further development in the area that this property is located in. There are many other areas in this island that are subject to the same conditions that don't even have the Department of Water Supply's infrastructure in place. And in those cases, when you do a subdivision development, you have to go in and you have to use the variance which is there to allow for the people to utilize the best purpose of their property. I'd like to be able to say that, you know, we could force the Department of Water to increase the supply over there, but that's not going to happen. That's not their mandate. Their mandate is just to keep what they've got going. Water is a criteria on this island, but there is a sufficient amount of it that comes down. And there are a number of wells that the county uses to supply water. Trucking of water is a standard practice for all of Pohakaloa when they have military people up there. You see water tanker trucks going up and down both the Hilo side and the Kona side to supply water up there. I believe that once tanks are put in, once the water has been trucked and filled, that water is standing there available for use. In a subdivision that we did up in the Volcano Golf and Country Club, we were faced with a similar situation. And they came in and they made us put in a condition that all of our houses that were to be developed, we sold vacant lots, but the houses that had to be developed were going to have to require 10,000 gallons minimum. And all the water tanks would have to be equipped with fire department standard hookups to them. So I believe that's also part of the 6,000 and the 3,000 that those things happen. I'm speaking in favor of this motion, and I think that the property owner deserves and can very well go in without the variance and do the same thing. So it's half dozen of one, six of the other.
Thank you, Vice Chair Henderson. Any other comments or discussion by any other board members?
I find this case extremely troubling. All government mandates have a balancing act. You know, we need economic development, we need housing. We want to keep our people on the island, but you know, sometimes you have to be careful what you ask for. You've got the problems with the known fire problems that are not going to go away, or they're not going to get less. So I really would personally like to see the department look very carefully in future at what they are looking at. from what I'm understanding, there's no enforcement to make sure that people are keeping their tanks full. And so it seems a rather a hollow kind of a solution. But I do understand you've been following a standard. If this was an endangered species case, it wouldn't be good enough. You can't ignore relevant data in some cases. This is not one of those kinds of cases. We don't have that kind of case law behind it. But I'm going to just tell you that I'm very troubled by this case. I don't think I'm the only one sitting here that's somewhat troubled by this case. And I hate to see people led to their destruction because we need to increase housing. But that said, I understand that you have conflicting mandates and you have conflicting things to balance. And the wheels of government do turn somewhat slowly. I know that. So I'm going to support the motion, but with great reservations and with great sort of sadness that I need to do that based on the standards. And I just hope that the department and all the departments of the county can really be focusing on what the future means for people buying houses. You know, you can tell homeowners to, you know, buyer beware, do the math yourself and figure it out. But that's not what people do. And the government's there to protect them. But it's also there and has mandates to develop housing and economic development. And I understand that that can be a tough one.
I'd also like to make a couple of comments. One is I would ask that the planning department and you, Mr. Kern, give some serious consideration to adjusting the rainfall threshold, as you had indicated. I think that's an excellent use of somebody's time. And I would also ask that you take serious consideration using a different measurement for rainfall, because using 30-year-old data seems a bit questionable from a long-term perspective. And in the community's best interest, it's probably not apropos. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
May I say something? There's always room for improvement, room for growth. I just want to reiterate our purpose here as board is to focus on as terrible as the threat of fire is, as terrible as the water issue is. We need to make sure that we support what is right in what we feel, the codes, the zoning, everything that was written and thoroughly contemplated up until this point. This is what we have. And so that's our kuleana to be able to make decisions on the director's decisions. That is what we are here to do. And everything else is around us and all has some kind of implications to what we're making our decisions on. But the fact of the matter is we are here to take care of what we need to do, which is focus on this particular point. Variance, is it what we believe is right or not? Director did right or not? So that's how I'm going to base my decision on.
Lisa, on Zoom, board member Lisa, do you have any comments or
I
questions?
have no questions. I think they've all been answered.
Thank you. Any other board members with any comments? I'd like to just have one comment. As I can empathize that fire hazard is a huge concern and worrisome when you live in an area that perceivably has a lot of brush and has a dry climate. I think the one thing to remember is that the planning department's decision on granting a variance doesn't solely mitigate fire hazard. I think the lack of infrastructure supported by the water department. I think the good news is that the fire department also looked at the conditions and has granted and has put parameters that if you are going to develop a property with a catchment system, that they do set parameters on what is required for firefighting. And I did intimately look at the fire department reports that you garnered. And I will say the one thing about their response and the number of fire companies that respond to your area is a huge bonus. I think the number of responses you get and the timeline in which they have responded serves a huge benefit to your area. And I also think myself being an owner on catchment, part of a community with catchment tanks is being part of the community and really being mindful of your resources because you're there to support your entire neighborhood. If one home catches fire, there's no guarantee that your neighbors won't. So it's generally incumbent when you live in a neighborhood with catchment system that generally most of the neighbors are very aware of the resources or lack thereof, or the additional resources you can offer up to the fire department. So that's just my one statement. In obviously there's a lot going on, but that's my last statement. Thank you. April, if we can move to vote.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion to affirm the director's decision. Mr. Henderson,
Aye.
Ms. Psyche,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
Mr. Martin,
Aye.
Ms. McNamara,
Aye.
and Mr. Trefethan,
Aye.
and Chair Aguiar.
Aye.
You have 7 ayes, motion passes.
So motion passes. If I may have the department, please prepare and submit the proposed findings of fact, conclusions of law and order to the board within 30 days. The proposed findings of fact, decision and orders shall then be served on each party to the proceeding, and each party will have 15 days from the date of service to submit written comments or objections to the board. That closes this case, and I thank you both for your time here in front of us. I'd like to move for a recess or a lunch break. Are you guys good with that? So
I
we'll,
move to move for lunch break. I'll second it.
thank you. We are on lunch break and we'll be back at 1:40 or 2 o'clock. We'll reconvene at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, are you guys ready? So we are back from our lunch break. We are reconvening the Board of Appeals Friday, December 8th, 2023 hearing in the West Hawaii Civic Center Council chambers in Kailua Kona, Hawaii, and also virtually using the Zoom platform. Reading into the agenda item number 1. So we're back on old business. Agenda item 1, BOA-21-000-299, comprehensive review of BOA rules of practice and procedure and proposed amendments. This item was previously posted on November 8th, 2023, in accordance with HRS statutes 92 for rulemaking. The Board of Appeals passed a motion to initiate rule amendment proceedings at its hearing on April 9th, 2021, in accordance with Hawaii County Board of Appeals Rules of Practice and Procedure, Rule 5, Rulemaking Procedures. The proposed amendments include a comprehensive review and update to provide more consistency and adherence to related statutes and codes. In accordance with Hawaii Revised Statutes 92-2.5, the board created a permitted interaction group at its May 12th, 2023 hearing to review the rules and make recommendations to the board. The permitted interaction group provided a summary report of its findings at the September 14th, 2023 hearing. The board reviewed and discussed the draft rule amendments at its October 13th, 2023 hearing. The board will review and deliberate the draft rules amendments for adoption. So in our October meeting, there were a couple of questions by board members. Our attorney has provided us with clarifications on those questions. And now based on the clarifications, do any of the members have anything further they'd like to discuss about these proposed rule amendments?
Yes, Chair, I would like to reopen discussion on the proposed amendments to the rules and procedures. And in review of the questions that were asked, 5 questions specifically, I'm going to speak in favor of 1 and 3. And that would be Rule 1-5 meetings. And the third one would be Rule 3-14 briefs. And I think that we need to have the amendment for Rule 1-5 meetings more succinctly clarified in our rules. And that would help clear up a lot of misconceptions. And it's pretty straightforward, taking language out of the state. And on the briefs, I think giving clarity to the pro se appellants that would come before us as to what is required in a brief as far as number of pages and the spacing and the font would be to their benefit in clarifying what it is they have to do. For those that come with attorneys and that type of representation, they all know what the court rules are and what is required of a brief. But I think that would just be more of a clarification for our pro se appellants. So those are the 2 that I support. And then I'd like to comment on 2, 4, and 5. And number 2 is Rule 3-2, notice of hearing. And that's the one that was suggested to made to not change the language to be inclusive of people who do not use the internet. The request was made to continue to publish the agenda in the newspaper. I think that we can just adhere to what the state's rule requirements are, and we're fine there. That's giving the fact that we are posting it in the Board of Appeals office, and it is in the county building, so it is visually available in paper. On rule number 4, notice to surrounding property owners, and I believe that is also on rule number 5. One is in section is rule 8, and the other one is coming up in rule 7. Those both are set by the planning department, and I think we can't change what the planning department has right now for notification. And I think it's adequate at what it is, 300 feet residential, 500 feet agriculture. And then as far as, you know, comment was made to HOAs being inclusive in that, my feeling is that an HOA is not a property owner per se. They do not have a TMK that is to be affected by the division. So there really is no notification requirement to them. And to expand that would be to basically increase the cost of notification. And I would say this from experience. I did a short-term vacation rental non-conforming use application for property on Lee Drive that happened to be next to the Winneman condominium subdivision. And I basically had to send out over 350 notifications because they fell in the 300 feet of the property that I was applying for. And that's costly. I mean, when you talk about mailings and the number of things that you have to do, and it also increases the burden on a person that's coming in here looking for, you know, I want to get this done. I have to get it done. You know, why is it so expensive? And I think that, you know, including an HOA into it is not in the, and even legally for what we have to notify TMK owners, an HOA is not a TMK owner. So that's both on 4 and 5. So I would then.
Mr. Henderson, can you actually note the rule number in
Oh, yeah. So
reference?
number 4 is rule 7-9, parentheses D, close parentheses, notice to surrounding property owners. And the other one was rule 8-11, parentheses D, close parentheses, notice to surrounding property owners. At this time, I'll open up to further discussion and then make a motion at a later time.
Ms. Psyche, or any other board members want to have anything to discuss, comment?
Wasn't one of these had to do with how much time? Oh, no, I know what it was. I'm sorry. So where are we at right now? I'm sorry.
Thank you. We're still in discussion.
Discussion.
I do want to add that I think that having the newspaper publication requirement makes it very hard on the staff. And I just think the logistics of things, I mean, I've only been on this board for a couple of months and there's been so many continuances and resetting that I just can't, it just kind of seems like it's an invitation for error.
Anyone else? Ms. McNamara? Oh, are you, Ms. McNamara, you're on mute.
There you go.
I'm still mulling over the HOA thing. I do understand. What was just said. I'm okay with that.
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion regarding rule 1-5 meetings, specifically section E1. And I would move to amend Rule 1-5E1 to state 1, to consult with board's attorney pursuant to HRS Section 92-5A4.
I second that.
Any discussion by the board? Seeing none, we will take a vote.
Yes. Mr. Henderson,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis. Ms. Lewis. Mr. Martin,
Aye.
Ms. McNamara,
Aye.
Mr. Trefethan,
Aye.
Ms. Psyche,
Aye.
and Chair Aguiar.
Aye.
7 ayes, motion passes.
Chair, I would like to make a motion regarding Rule 3-14 briefs. And it would be to clarify what 20 pages means. And the rules of the Circuit Court, Rule 3A states the following in a pertinent part. All pleadings and documents to be filed shall be typewritten, printed, photocopied, or otherwise similarly prepared by a duplication process that will produce clear and permanent copies equally legible to printing. Conventionally filed documents shall be printed upon 8.5 by 11 inch sizes. Each sheet shall have a margin at the top and bottom of 1 inch. The left-hand and right-hand side margins shall not be less than 1 inch, and documents shall be typewritten in heavily inked black. The type shall be the standard 12-point pica or equivalent. For conventionality, filed documents, copies, but not originals, may be two-sided. The lines on each page shall be double spaced or 1.5 space, provided, however, descriptions of real property and quotations may be single spaced. All pages shall be numbered consecutively at the bottom. So the motion I would make, I move to amend Rule 3-14 for clarification to line 3 to read as follows. A brief shall not be more than 20 pages, single-sided pages with 1 inch margins, double spaced, 12-point font as provided in the rules of the court, Rule 3A, which I recited above.
Is there a second on?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's take a vote.
Okay, Mr. Henderson,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis. Mr. Martin,
Aye.
Ms. McNamara,
Aye.
Mr. Trefethan,
Aye.
Ms. Psyche,
Aye.
Chair Aguiar.
Aye.
Motion passes with 7 ayes.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to close discussion.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Close. The motion has been made by Vice Chair Henderson to close, excuse me, close discussion. I'm sorry, was there a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion on this motion to close discussion? Seeing none, we'll take a unanimous vote to close discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Discussion closed. I apologize. We had a unanimous aye to close discussion and no opposed. The discussion is closed.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the proposed amendments to the Board of Appeals Rules of Practice and Procedure as presented by the Permitted Interaction Group with the incorporated changes and additions that have been agreed upon by the board.
And I'll second that motion.
Any discussion? Seeing none. Can we take a vote?
We can. Ms. Psyche,
Aye.
Mr. Henderson,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
Mr. Martin,
Aye.
Ms. McNamara,
Aye.
Mr. Trefethan,
Aye.
and Chair Aguiar.
Aye.
7 ayes, motion passes, rules are adopted. Thank you all.
Great. So the rules will now move forward for signature and up to county council.
We will finalize the formatting and everything except all the changes. We'll have your signature. It'll go through Sherry for one last review to confirm that it's consistent with the board's determination. And then it will go to the mayor's office and the clerk's office before it's in effect. So it'll be a little while,
Great.
a month-ish.
So at this time, we have some minutes to approve. Can I get a motion to approve the November 17th, 2023 Board of Appeals meeting minutes?
I move to approve them.
Can I get a second?
Second.
So can we'll do a all in favor. So all in favor of adopting the meeting minutes from November 17th, 2023 Board of Appeals.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. We have unanimous ayes, no oppose. The meeting minutes for November 17th, 2023 Board of Appeals is approved. Moving on now to administrative matters. Ms. Tavares, do you want to give us an update on the appeals filed on to the board?
Sure, Chair. So we have had in the past week numerous cases that were pending that were generated out of the Department of Public Works have been withdrawn because the council passed a new ordinance which essentially provided the discretion to the Director of Public Works to grant homeowners or property owners who are in the process of building more time. They were granted an extension to build their to complete the building process. And so that essentially made a lot of matters moot. And that's why you folks saw a lot of withdrawals of matters that were stemming out of DPW. So we did work hard with the department as well as the council and the mayor to provide that discretion to.
That was
the
Bill
director.
84.
Yes. But there is nothing else that I have to update you folks at this time.
Great, thank you. April, do you have any updates you would like to provide?
Only that we currently have 2 cases right now on the January docket, Deer and Field and Roar are the 2 that we have currently on January.
Great. So next month's hearing will be in Hilo. Great. Any announcements?
Yeah, I'd like to wish the board happy holidays and enjoy them until January.
I second that.
Thank you.
Third.
At this time, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Any second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Happy holidays, everybody.
Seeing none, let's take a vote. Motion to adjourn, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous ayes, no nays. Meeting is adjourned.
Bye,
Thank you.
Lisa. Thanks for joining us from afar.
Thank you.
Bye, guys. Happy holidays.